Yes.
Good evening. It is 12:28 p.m. I call this meeting of the United City Council to order. The date is Tuesday, September 6, 2022. Mrs. Thomas, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Sachs?
Here.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Here.
Mr. Rock?
Here.
Mrs. Weiss?
Here.
Mr. Gould?
Here.
Mr. Cooney?
Here.
Mr. King?
Here. All members are present. Will those of you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is the reading and disposal of the journal. We have 3 sets of minutes that have been distributed. We will take up first the minutes of the regular meeting of June 7, 2022. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion approved by Mrs. Weiss. Is there a second? Second. Second by Mr. Gould. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye. Okay, very good. Motion carries. We have 7 minutes from the regular meeting of June 21, 2022. Is there a motion?
Also moved.
Motion approved by Mrs. Blankfeld. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Rock. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye. Motion carries. We have 7 minutes from the special meeting of July 13, 2022. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I can make a motion to approve those minutes.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting of July 13, 2022 by Mr. Rock. Is there a second?
So moved.
I'll take that as a second then from Mr. Gould. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mrs. Thomas, we call the roll.
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Abstain.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould? Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye. Very good, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is additions and removals from the agenda and referrals to committee. Are there any additions or removals? Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to remove item E, Edward. I understand from you that there will be an application being made for outside funding, and if you will return this to the agenda at a later time.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you speak into the microphone?
I'll make a motion to remove item E. I understand that the administration is making an application for outside funding, and will return this to the agenda at a later time.
Yeah, it's an additional outside funding. There was a certain amount approved before, but the bid came in higher, so just for clarification. So we have a motion by Mr. Gould to remove item E.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Weiss. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss? Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye. The motion carries. Item E is removed from tonight's agenda. Are there any other motions?
Mayor, I understand that there was going to perhaps be an outside speaker for item A, but there is no longer. While we do have Dr. Sutton here for a presentation on item B, I therefore make a motion to move item A and take that after item C.
Okay, there's a motion to reorder the agenda to move item A to after item C by Mr. Gould. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Weiss. Any discussion? Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye. Okay, motion carries. We will start with item B when we get to that portion of the agenda, and C, think of A and D.
Finally, Mayor, I'd like to add an item between B and C, that being a motion to enter executive session for the purpose of discussing legal matters.
is a motion to enter executive session for the purpose of discussing legal matters. Is there
litigation.
litigation? Right, the pending litigation, yes. Okay. All right, so there is a motion to enter executive session to discuss pending litigation that will be inserted to items B and C. That's by Mr. Gould. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Blankfeld. Any discussion? Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss? Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye. Okay, very good, motion carries. Next item is, I'm sorry, are there any additional additions and removals to the agenda or growth committee? I think that's all, but if there are any others. Okay, very good. Next then is item 5, comments from the audience. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes, usually 15 minutes not taken. If you have something you'd like to address the city on this evening, please come to the microphone, speak into the microphone. Please start by stating your name and address for the record, and then you may have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Pat Baskin. I live at 2177 Jackson Boulevard. Good evening, Mayor and Council of the University Heights. I would like to welcome you all back after a brief break, and I truly hope you had a refreshing and revitalizing break. I'm here tonight to share some concerns that I think affect the well-being of the citizens of our city. First, though, I need to share a little bit about myself. I have lived here for 31 years, and one of the reasons we decided to move here was because of the small town feel and the welcoming of the community. The taxes were lower than Shaker Heights and the services better. It was also a diverse community, which is very important to me. There have been many changes in leadership over the past few years. While I might not have agreed with everything that was done, I truly believed it was done for the betterment of all. I truly believe the council works very hard to represent me, and I am positive there are others that feel the same. Sadly, Mr. Mayor, I no longer believe that you do. I feel that you are on a mission to stuff down our throats what you feel we need. For the past year, you have focused only on garbage collection. Yes, I admit I love having my garbage picked up in the back. It is one benefit that I truly appreciate. And that said, Shaker also does backyard pickup, and they also do recycling. When I lived there, the bins they gave us were easy to use and instructions were clear. You say it will save the city money, but I have heard that you intend to keep all the employees of the service department and that they will be given other duties. I think as a tax-paying citizen that we should know just what that entails and what the cost savings will be. I in my career have done many budgets, and while it might look like it will work, many times it does not. Over the past couple years, I know there have been items that council has approved, some of which were your vision, and nothing has been completed. I was at a meeting where the new signage was voted on and approved. Where are those signs? While I understand we've had a pandemic, the time has come to move on. You did not like the old ones, so instead of repairing them, you tore them out. Now there isn't anything announcing you are entering our city. I have not been in City Hall since the pandemic, and I understand that initially we were shut down like everyone was. But we are now year 2+, and majority of places have reopened. Why are we not allowed into City Hall? I have heard that there needs to be repairs, but you do not do anything because we are going to build a new facility, and we shouldn't put any money into maintaining our current one. That is not business sense. That is not good business sense or practical. It is going to take a while to get our new buildings completed. Do the maintenance, let us in. You have made great strides in trying to improve our housing stock. Where are we at with University Square? Is the project ever going to happen, or has the company pulled out? I have heard that there is an issue with Macy's and it keeps getting delayed. Deal with it and move on. Don't let the city be stuck with a garage. Make the developer pay. What has happened to the development on Taylor? Have they not sold any units yet? I was happy to see some street repairs, but I have to say the final work should look nice. I feel that the job that is being done on Cedar is substandard. The bricks that cross over Cedar at Belvoir look like someone's poured tar on them already. Really, this is a new project. I would suggest whoever is in charge of sign-off on the project have them address the issue. Yes, I know they're going to get marked, but do they have to look so badly initially? Says a lot about who's being hired. Is there no pride in the job well done? I ask about all these because we elected you 5 years ago and you had a vision. You also had a council that was excited to work with you. But over time, it has been clear that you don't want to work with anyone. I voted for you the first time. I did not repeat that the last election. You blame council for not working with you, but they have approved of items and still nothing is done. This last election, you received 48.26% of the votes. That, sir, is not a mandate. To me, that says that you won, but barely. So I suggest you take a good look at yourself and ask what I'm doing wrong. Remember, when you point your finger, there are 3 more pointing back at you. So 51.74% of the city is not too happy the way we see how things are going here. I strongly suggest you think about this. Work with council. They are only being prudent, and for that I am grateful. Sadly, I'm sure there are more people that aren't too happy with what they see in the city. I would not have a problem starting a recall process, and I'm sure I would get plenty of signatures. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Basket. Is there anybody else who would care to address the city this evening? Okay, please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You may have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think you know who I am. My name is Jim Outman, and I live on Westwood Road. I have lived here for 8 years, and I first became aware of the recycling issue in 2018. That's 4 years ago, more than. That was the first draft of the study of the trash collection, and we are still debating it this very night. Who is debating it? This council. 4 members of this council were ran without any opposition and were elected in 2019 and have devoted their entire time since then in obstructing any further progress on recycling or anything else. I think Mayor Brennan has done an excellent job in the face of consistent and, I don't even know the word, obstructionism on the part of the class of 2019. We are now 1 year and 2 months away from the next election. I don't think this city council has a mandate. There was an election a year ago. We know who the winner was. He is the mayor, and I am speaking directly to the previous speaker in suggesting that her personal animus, and I think it is distinctly personal, is of really no concern or interest to me or to the other 48.7% of the population who voted for the incumbent mayor. I wish you would get on with this. This is September already. Where are the signs? You're just now getting around to it. The old ones were taken down a year ago. This is an example of leadership on the council? No, it's an example of obstructionism on the council. We need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rothman. Is there anybody else here who would like to address the city this evening? Okay, seeing none. We will go ahead to reports and communications from the mayor and taking of action thereon. We have a long agenda this evening. We started late, so I will keep this report short. Fall Fest will return to the vault on Sunday, October 2nd. We've added an extra hour this year, so the event will run from noon to 5 p.m. Carlos Jones and the Plus Band will headline the event. Singer-songwriter Diana Chittister, as well as the Lisbane Circus, will also perform. 2 food trucks will be on site, plus University Heights favorites such as milk and cookies, hot dog coffee, and the Yoni Cart. But the stars of Fall Fest will always be the artists and the vendors. This year we will have more than we ever had. I think we're approaching 75, including returning favorites, plus many new artists. You are all encouraged to invite your friends and neighbors to Fall Fest via the event page on Facebook. The new issue of Mosaic will be out later this month, with more details. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Deanna Bremer Fisher to the City of University Heights as the new Executive Assistant to the Mayor on Special Projects. Ms. Fisher started with the city last month after the departure this summer of Ben Schaefer, who took a position with the Cleveland Metropolitan School District. Ms. Fisher is currently working part-time for the city as she is also serving as interim administrator for the Heights Schools Foundation. She will transition full-time when she finishes there. Among other responsibilities, Ms. Fisher is now serving as our primary day-to-day contact with Power a Clean Future, Ohio. One more item, and that is in regard to the budget. The administration has begun work on the 2023 city budget. Barring any unforeseen difficulties, it is our intention to have the budget released by the second City Council meeting of October, which is Wednesday, October 19th. As has been often said, the budget is a statement of priorities. While the numbers reflect those priorities, we will be preparing a narrative document as well to the community, much like we did last year. I look forward to public discussion on this year's budget and public meetings. The public's business is public out in the sunshine. There must always be time to do that. There has previously been time to do that. This year, there will be more than enough time to do that. Thank you. This concludes my report. Next is reports and communications from the City Council and the taking of action thereon. Mrs. Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to go over what City Council did over the summer. We had joint facilities meetings. We asked, where we're standing right now is we asked the assessment team to please come back with a few different scenarios with different tiers of different budgets and sizes. We also toured 2 of 4 different city facilities. We're going to be touring 2 police and 2 fire. We've had a joint libraries, Cleveland Heights Council, University Heights Council, and Cleveland Heights University Heights School Board meeting this summer. We've had an economic development committee about our new zoning code. We've started the charter review process. This commission meets twice a month. We had our service and utilities meeting where the results of the first survey was completed, and it will be discussed tonight as well. And as the mayor mentioned before, we are starting our budgeting cycle in October. I'm glad the mayor's producing a draft budget in mid-October as requested, and our directors will also be presenting to council in October. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Weiss. Are there any other reports from council at this time? If there are none, we will then move on to number 8, reading and disposition of ordinances, resolutions, motions, and consideration of agenda items. And we will start with item B, presentation and discussion regarding the findings of the 2022 University Heights Residence Survey concerning solid waste services by Dr. Thomas Sutton, Director of the Baldwin Wallace University Community Research Institute. I see Mr. Sutton is here. Dr. Sutton is here. Dr. Sutton, you may have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Brennan and members of the City Council of University Heights. It's good to be with you. Let's see if that's going to work. So tonight I'm going to give you basically a synopsis of the report that was sent to you. I think this is working. There it goes. It's working. Thank you. The report is a revised version of the draft that was sent to the committee of the City Council a couple of weeks ago that I presented. This is the final report. The one significant change between that version and the one that we're talking about tonight is that there was discussion about whether the raw results of the survey should be weighted for the city's population, which was done. There was also discussion about whether the weighting should also be done without the population of students from John Carroll University, who comprise a significant part of your city's population, depending on how the census counts. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 28 to 34% of your adult population in the city of University Heights. So the report that you received and what you'll see tonight are going to be the results, and there will be 3 columns for each result. You will see the unweighted results, the actual number of respondents and their percentages. you will see the weighted results of the entire adult population for the city of University Heights. And the third column will show that same result without those students that are from John Carroll. And the number of John Carroll students, undergrad and grad, is drawn from their website. So what you have here is the methodology. The survey was mailed to 4,200 households in University Heights on the July 8th. It was also promoted, the survey link, on social media, and so we had many who took it as a paper version, and we had many who took it online. It was the exact same survey in both versions. 1,476 completed surveys were received through July 28th. 88 of those were removed due to being incomplete, meaning less than half was completed of those surveys. Multiple from one household. The stipulation was that each household could submit one survey, and or there were 4 that were actually addressed from outside of the boundaries of University Heights. The completed surveys represented a 35.1% response rate, which is quite good for any kind of survey, in particular a mailed survey of this kind. And then the data was entered into our Qualtrics platform by 2 of our students who were trained and supervised by me. Demographics. So, who responded? 43% of your respondents have lived in the city more than 20 years. 29% have been residents between 6 and 20 years. 28% lived in the city 5 years or less. 18%, 18 to 34 years old. 23%, 35 to 49 years old. 22%, 50 to 64 years old. And 37% are 65 or older. 94% of the respondents own their own home. So this is a cross-tabulation. It's the only one I'm going to show tonight just for purposes of brevity. Everything else is it's actually in the presentation at the end and also on the report, but given your agenda, we'll just get to the essentials here. This basically cross-tabulates age and length of residence, and you can see the pattern is that as you get from least amount of time spent to University Heights to more amount of time, your older populations are the ones that tend to be the ones who've lived here longer. So strong correlation between as age goes up, so does your length of residence. You have residents that are like many communities in Cuyahoga County where people move here, they raise their families here, some decide to retire and stay in the community. And that, again, whether you're here, Lakewood, Cleveland Heights, many other communities, is a very similar pattern. So now let's get to the questions. First, we were asking about people's satisfaction with the current arrangement. So this is the backyard pickup. And you see in the raw percentages, very satisfied, 63%, somewhat satisfied, 18%. So your raw percentages, over 80% are satisfied with the current arrangement. You do see that if you look at the middle column, the weighting, 63 drops to 56%. So this is actually considered a more accurate reading, that middle column, because it's weighted for the population. Because the response rate we did see tended more towards older residents and more towards residents who had lived here longer. The weighting handles the age component of that demographic. When you take out the John Carroll students, that very satisfied goes from 56 to 58%. Now I want to stop here for a moment and explain that the differences between the weighted for adult population and weighted for John Carroll students are going to be slight. They average between no difference at all to 3 points, depending on what part of the survey we're looking at. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. Reason number 1, most of the John Carroll students, we are assuming, just like an economist, right? Economists have models. This is our model. Didn't take the survey. It was administered during the summer. Residential students were going back to their home communities. You do have some students who live in University Heights and attend John Carroll, just like we have at BW, students who live in Berea. We don't have a count of that, and quite frankly, it really wasn't germane to the survey's results. The second is that data point about home ownership. I think it's safe to assume that with the exception of some adult students who are going for a graduate degree or completing a bachelor's degree, again, John Carroll and BW are kind of like kissing cousins on either side of the river, you will have some homeowners among that small group, but the vast majority are going to be younger students, particularly the undergrads, and hazard a guess that most of those students don't own their own homes. They live in rental housing, they live on campus. So that 94% is going to have a big effect, and as you see, when you look at those weighted results for John Carroll, they're exactly the same as they are as weighted for the adult population. And again, where there are differences, this is 1, 2, maybe 3 points. Satisfaction with the current recycling system. If we look at the, let's just stick with the middle column. Very satisfied, 29%. Somewhat satisfied, 19%. 21% neutral. They didn't have an opinion either way. And then you had about 31% who were either somewhat or very dissatisfied. So there's a bit of a split there. Satisfaction with yard waste collection. You had 71% who were satisfied or very satisfied. And then another 14% that were neutral. Only 14% who were somewhat or very dissatisfied. So pretty good satisfaction rates for the yard waste collection, current. And then these are simply 3 tables that ask mechanics of how people handle their trash. So where is it placed for pickup? 27% behind the house, 19% near the front of the house, 45% in front of the garage, 9% on the tree lawn. On the left you see the containers, number of containers. Again, this is a logistics question that's important if you're looking at whether you're going to keep or change your system. And it's pretty evenly distributed between, you got 1 or 2 containers, 14% at 3, 12% at 4 or more. And then this question about does the trash go in bags or directly into the containers, over 81% of people use the bags, 18% goes in bags that are placed outside for pickup with no container, only 1% put their trash directly into the container without a bag. Collection preferences. So this is where we get into looking at the current system versus alternates. Again, the middle column, 55% are happy with what they have and want to keep it. 43% have chosen to do the 96-gallon trash, 64-gallon recycling containers, and have curbside pickup. And 2% basically said curbside pickup with city staff assistance. And we have another question later that you'll see gets into that in more detail. Preference for provision of sanitation of services. This has to do with, do you want University Heights staff doing this, or do you want it contracted with an outside company, or have no preference? 54% said University Heights staff. 8% said sanitation company. No preference, 37%. Recycling program, and this has come up before. How important is it to you? Very important, 65%, somewhat important, 21%. So that's 86% consider it somewhat important or very, only 14% not important. Automated pickup and ability to move containers. So if you move to automated pickup, this is where people are being asked, can you handle it in terms of getting these containers down to the curbside, or do you need assistance? 77% said yes. We have someone in the household who can move the containers back and forth. 12% said no, we're going to need assistance. 10% were unsure. So at the high end, you've got 22% of respondents who say they may or will need assistance. This is a distribution map that shows, for the answers to the prior question, those that may or know they will need assistance. The blue are those that said, yes, I need assistance. The yellow are those that are unsure. And as you can see from the map, that distribution is pretty much within your city boundaries, across the city boundaries. I also have a version of this map that can be expanded. It can't be done on a slide, but if you'd like, I can provide that at some later point so you can see in more detail the street layout as to where that locates. Why do respondents prefer to implement curbside automated pickup? And they could pick any that apply, so you're going to have a more diffuse set of responses. And also you can see again where that comparison between the weighted and the John Carroll, without John Carroll students, it's almost identical. 13% said convenience. 19% no more blue bags for recycling. They're very excited about just put that stuff in the blue container. I live in Lakewood and we just throw it all in the container and it's nice not to have the bags. 19% also said to improve the volume of recycling. So you've got a significant number there who are interested in increasing recycling. 17% said if we do it this way, city employees can focus on delivering other services. And then you had 9% the high level of service, 5% keep city employees out of my backyard. If you wanted to keep backyard pickup, what were the reasons that you wanted to keep it? The question asked. Convenience, 24%, right? Cart comes up, picks up your trash, goes. You don't have to wheel it to the curb and wheel it back. The next highest, 19%, containers on curbside or unsightly. Whoops, didn't go that way. There we go. 18%, again, the high level of service, given that they're getting that service for backyard pickup. 12% said difficulty moving containers to the curb. 12% familiar and used to the current system. 5% not sure about this new system. And then we had a variety of written responses that are in the other category, and those are in the report. These are the crosstabs, and I'm just going to skip through those. They basically tell you the same thing, which is that as people get older, for the older populations, those that have lived here longer, they tend to be more interested in recycling. They tend to be more interested in the status quo because that's what they're used to. And as you saw, there are several in that older age cohort who think they're going to need assistance with the container pickup if you move to a curbside recycling. So I'll stop there and ask if there are any questions.
Are there any questions for Dr. Sutton? Mrs. Sachs.
Thank you, Mayor Brennan. Thank you very much, Dr. Sutton.
Sure.
Really appreciate your initial report and then your entertaining all the questions that were asked and following up by taking time to respond even further to those questions by providing the report tonight. So it seems, and I don't want to, I want to make sure I understand this, okay? So when you come down to it, the analysis of the data, is it a true statement that the majority of our residents are expressing the desire to retain backyard trash collection?
Well, let's go back to that slide to be sure I get it right. Collection preferences. This is the most direct question that was asked about that. And yes, 55% said maintain the existing system. 43% said we would go with the curbside collection. And then 2% curbside if we get city staff assistance. So that's, even if you combine the two, that's still a 10-point difference.
Okay. And if I may continue, is it also a true statement that the majority or most of the respondents expressed a desire for improved recycling or continuing recycling?
Yes, yeah, there was a clear majority. I believe it was over 80%.
Okay. Did the removal of 96 altogether, 88 incomplete, 4 duplicate, 4 non-UH residents, did that have any impact on the validity and reliability of the survey results or analysis?
Actually, the total is 88, and then subtract from there the 4 that were
I
from outside of the
misunderstood.
city, and then the ones that were duplicates. It does not affect the validity at all, particularly when you're looking at almost 1,500 responses.
Okay. And then I believe you said the majority also very much approve of the way we are collecting yard waste.
Yes.
And also the majority approve of maintaining collection by city employees instead of outsourcing.
Yes.
Did I miss any major points of what the survey is telling us? What the people are telling us through this tool?
The only point that I would make when you look at that 2% that said city staff assistance, and then the question later that then we had another percentage that said the same thing. As I mentioned in the last meeting, there are communities like Lakewood that went to curbside pickup but maintained backyard pickup for those who needed it. And so they simply signed up with the city, and they still got, in our case, it's the Cushmans, I think you use the Kubotas, and still have that kind of pickup. And it was maintained with city staff.
So I believe the challenge for us is how to respect the will of University Heights residents to maintain the backyard collection while not only continuing recycling, but improving the recycling rate in a cost-effective manner. That's how I understand this. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Sure thing.
Thank you, Mrs. Sachs. Are there any other questions for Dr. Sutton? Well, I have some questions. Dr.
Yes,
Sutton,
Mayor?
I haven't had the opportunity to ask you in a public forum any questions up to this point.
Okay.
So I got some questions here that I wish I could have addressed you in a public forum prior. It might have helped us with this report, but here we are. So I think this would have been better in a committee meeting, but here we are this evening, so bear with me, please. The weighting that you refer to, what are the percentages of the residents that you've weighted? It's not listed here in your report.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by the percent?
What I mean is the different categories. What is now, since you've made adjustments to the adult population of the city, you've removed people under 18, you've removed John Carroll students, the entire student population apparently. So where does that leave us? 18 to 34, what's the percentage that you have now?
I used for the weighting the census data, and the census data actually only counts those that are under 18, those that are over 65 and over. So the vast majority of your respondents between the ages of 18 and 64 are one block, and so you only have one weight that's used for all of them.
So you couldn't find the census data for the various age groups?
No, not from what I looked at, no.
Okay. So how did you do the weighting then, since you only had those blocks?
We divided them up based on the percentages in each age range. Our statistician took care of that, and then we applied the weights. I don't have that data with me right here tonight, but I can provide it. Right,
it's not in the report, right?
No, it was presumed that no, it's not in the report.
Okay. Now, among your findings, did you make any observations based on Table 9? Because it doesn't look like you did, in your summary of findings. I mean, are you aware, first of all, what the median age is in the city of University Heights?
It's rather young because you have a large population of children.
It is. But do you happen to know what the median age is?
I don't have it written down in front of me, no.
Okay, it's 29.8.
Okay.
And that is available from the Census Bureau.
Children under the age of 18 represent 22% of your population. And another 34% of your population are John Carroll students. And if you combine those two and even cut the 34% in half, which would be drastic, you're still talking about 50% of your population is somewhere in the neighborhood of 0 to 22, maybe 23.
Okay.
So
do you have
29 median age actually makes a lot of sense.
Do you have any sense of what the percentage of our population is between the ages of 18 and 49?
No, I do not. As I told you before, from 18 to 64 is the percentage, is the census data that I used for the weighting.
If I told you it was 65.2%, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I'm sorry?
If I told you that the percentage of the population of the city of University Heights between the ages of 18 and 49 was 65.2%, would you have any reason to dispute that?
Given what we just talked about related to the younger population, I think it would be worth checking. If that's true, well, you're the mayor, so maybe you should know better than I do.
Well, if only somebody would have asked the mayor. Now, looking at Table 9, I note that for those same age groups, 18 to 34 and 35 to 49, 55% and 54.3% would prefer curbside pickup. Do you see that?
Give me a sec and I'll find it. Are you talking about how satisfied are you with current arrangements for trash collection?
I'm looking at Table 9 of your report, sir, page 12.
Page 12.
Cross-tab of collection preference and respondent age.
Table 12, you said?
Table 9,
Table 9.
Question 9, table 3.
page 12. In fact, if you have it on your screen here, it might be helpful to move back to it.
Well, let's see if I have it.
It's question.
Well, I'm not seeing it there, but I do have it in front of me. Table 9, crosstab of collection preference and respondent age.
Yes.
What's the question?
Yes, the percentage of folks 18 to 34 who would prefer curbside pickup, that's 55%?
Yes.
And for 35 to 49, 54.3%.
Yes.
So those are majorities in those age groups, correct?
Of actual respondents, yes.
Of actual respondents. And those two age groups combined, as I've also represented, are 65.2% of our city's population.
Okay.
So a majority of people who live here would prefer to change to curbside automated based on this data.
If you include the factor that the majority of that majority are students at John Carroll.
Well, let's talk about that. You removed 3,673 people from this survey.
In one column of the weighting.
In one column of the weighting. How many of them live on campus?
I don't have that information.
Why not?
Because I wasn't contracted either to weight this data by John Carroll students or to find the details about that. So I used the basic numbers that they had on their website.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen your contract, so I can't say what your scope of work was.
I'm surprised that you would say that.
Well, I'm surprised that I still don't have the contract, even though I made public record requests last month for it. Maybe you have it. Would you send it to me?
Sure.
I would love to have that contract, please. Would it surprise you to know that only 1,178 people live on campus at John Carroll University?
Not necessarily.
Okay, and I mean, you live in a college or work in a college town yourself. I don't know where you live. Oh, actually, I do. Lakewood. You mentioned that. So it should not surprise you that 2,495 people, if we're going to use the number on the website, don't live on campus. They live someplace else. Many of them in this city.
What is the point of these questions?
I'm asking the questions now, sir.
I'd like to know the point of the questions.
Well, I'm here to get answers. I would have loved to have done this in a committee meeting, but I was not provided the opportunity to do that.
You were provided in
No, you do
writing.
not have the floor, Mrs. Sachs.
You were
I had,
provided- as long as you don't
Mrs.
tell the
Sachs, you
truth.
do not have the floor. I was not allowed to
Mayor, with all due
vocalize my
respect,
questions at a committee meeting.
You could
did
have
not
called
Say
me.
what you want to say.
I
You
was-
could have
I-
emailed me. Instead, I got a public
Well-
records request from you the very next day after that presentation, demanding every document, including the spreadsheet, including all of the addresses of every respondent.
And when it comes to the 88 responses, what happened to those?
I explained, and I'll explain again.
The 88
They were
responses that were not in
incomplete.
the survey, what did you do with them?
They were deleted from the Qualtrics platform, as has been done with most of the other surveys I've done for the last 15 years.
And why were they
Because they're
deleted?
not valid.
Why weren't they valid?
They were less than half completed, which means they would have distorted the responses for the questions that were missing responses. They were outside the boundaries of University Heights, and we said that only people within the boundaries of University Heights, that was 4 of them.
That was 4 of them.
And then there were about, whatever the number was, a dozen, 14, 15, where we had more than one from one household.
Okay, when there
And
was
those
more,
were deleted as well.
okay, so when there was more than one from one household, how did you decide which one to delete?
We alternated. First one from the first batch, second one from the second batch, first one from the first batch. It was random.
So there was no consistent, it wasn't the first response or the last response universally, you just picked.
No, it was a pattern of randomness. We took the first of the first, the second of the second, the first of the third, the second of the fourth. It's a form of randomization we use in statistics.
I see. So there were 80 responses that you deleted for being less than complete, correct?
Yes.
All right. Any study done?
Actually, not 80. There were fewer than that.
Well, there were 88 total, 4 that were outside of the boundaries, 4 that were due to duplication. Your report says 80. Is that not right? I mean, I don't want to misstate this here. Let me go back to your methodology. If I refer you to page 1 of your survey at the bottom of your methodology, I'm reading 88 surveys were removed due to being incomplete parents 80. So 80 were removed. Is that not right?
Yes, you're correct.
Thank you. We don't have those surveys at our disposal to see if there is any kind of pattern with respect to when they stopped answering. Is that correct?
I told you that if there were less than half the questions answered, they were deleted. If there were more than half the questions answered, they were kept.
Okay, but we don't have any way of looking now to see if, did they all stop at question 11? Did they all stop at question 12? Is there anything that we can ascertain from this? For example, we have a question that asks our residents, how many containers do you use? 1, 2, 3, 4, or more? But we don't require our residents to use containers. 0 would have been an appropriate answer, but it wasn't offered on this survey. Why not?
The survey that was reviewed by the members of the committee on several occasions between February and May of 2021, the question of 0 containers never came up, and so it never wound up in the survey.
Well, let me
Listen, while we're at the, if we're going to talk
I'm
about
asking the
surveys,
questions here, Dr.
How about the 64% of people who never answered the survey? What do we do about them? They never answered. They didn't respond. You don't have their responses. Maybe we
Dr.
need to do
Sutton,
another
you're not
survey.
seriously suggesting we need 100% response to have an accurate survey?
No, but you apparently are.
No,
I'd like to
I've
call a point
suggested
of
nothing
order
of the
and
sort.
ask the law director a question, please. So Dr. Sutton is an expert. He was contracted by the CIC to perform these duties. These accusatory comments toward him are uncalled for, and I'm not sure what we can do about this, but it's really unfair to Dr. Sutton.
I'm happy to keep answering questions. I don't see the point of them
Sounds like
other
an
than
accusation of
making
voter fraud.
an attacks. Not on me.
Well,
It's not
Dr.
personal.
Sutton, I appreciate your willingness to continue to answer questions, so if I will continue.
There's a point of order on the table.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much that you can do other than to vote by motion to move on to the next item on your agenda. And right now, you have an open floor, and it's been provided to the mayor as it was provided to everyone else. The guest speaker is here of his own volition. He's agreed to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McConville. I will continue. How did you choose which crosstabs to perform on your report?
I chose the questions that involved substance related to the central question about whether or not people wanted curbside or existing trash pickup, and their opinions about the services.
All right. There's a question 16 that expresses the collection preference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then there's also a question 19 regarding living in a community previously that had curbside automated collection.
Mm-hmm.
Any reason you didn't cross-tab those two questions?
Didn't think it was germane to the central questions at hand.
It wouldn't have been interesting to know among our residents who have experienced both curbside automated and backyard pickup if there was any kind of trend or preference amongst them?
Well, again, I would say that part of the process of doing these surveys has always been to draft an initial report, share it with the client, and ask the client, is there anything that is missing from this that you'd like done? As was done related to the weighting of the responses. Mm-hmm. I got no other feedback than that the responses should be weighted, and so that's what I did. Now, if there were questions that you wanted crosstabs on, that could have easily been done and included in the report.
Yes, well, I wasn't permitted to speak at the Service and Utilities Committee meeting, and the CIC meeting wasn't held, so
Mayor
I
Brennan,
didn't have a public opportunity
You could have emailed
to...
me, as you did once. You could have called me. You could have texted me by getting my number from Mr. Brennan, from Councilman Gould.
Well, Councilman Gould hasn't provided me anything, but okay.
Well, tsutton@bw.edu. You found that email once, because I got one. I got CC'd on your public records request for data that you, again, could have just emailed me about. And I got an email about demanding what happened to those 88 surveys, which apparently has become something of an obsession with you.
Well, I think the preservation of data that the CIC paid for is not an obsession, but just should be something that should have happened.
You paid for valid survey responses. I have 2 surveys, by the way, that couldn't be put into the system because they were shredded. They showed up in a postal envelope. I don't know what happened to them, though I guess we could contact the Postal Service to find out. But they were so shredded beyond recognition that whatever was in those surveys, I'm afraid, just couldn't be recorded.
So it would be your position that some data in some of these deleted surveys was not more valuable than having no data. There was no reason to study any kind of trends or from that data to see why somebody would pick other or no preference, or would just stop answering.
No, I didn't
right,
see
I mean,
any rationale for
Let's
that
let's take, for instance, that question about the containers, which it's unfortunate that nobody brought to your attention that it is a legal and appropriate option to not use a container, even though, and that was in question 13 where 0 is not provided as an option, but in question 14, 18% of the folks that responded then replied that trash goes in bags that are placed outside for pickup, parents no container. It never occurred to you that that response that says no container would mean that there would be a 0 that ought to be made available or an other that ought to be made available in question 13?
No, it didn't occur to me. And it didn't occur to the committee, and it didn't occur to you as you sat in on those meetings back in 2021.
Well, I didn't intend for the survey to actually be released in the form that it went out in because it wasn't ready. And this is one of those reasons. But nevertheless, would it surprise you to know that among the 18% of the folks that said they don't use a container, 107 of them said in response to question 13 that they use one container?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
No, I'm asking you if you'd be surprised to know that 107 people who in question 14 said they don't use a container went ahead and said they use one container in question 13.
Okay.
Or for that matter, that 64 people among that 18% that don't use a container said they use 2 containers, or that 15 of them said 3, or amazingly that 17 of them use 4 or more. What do you make of that? What do you make of that disparity of the 1, 2, 3, 4 answers among people who then say they don't use a container at all?
So you went through the data set to find these individual discrepancies?
That was one discrepancy.
Wow. Well, I did not go through the data set, sir. I went through the cumulative results, and I presented what you see today. I did not examine every single response of the 1,476 that were in the survey.
Okay. Well, all you would have needed to have done was a crosstab between question 13 and question 14. You did plenty of other crosstabs. Now let's go back to the crosstab between question 16 and question 19. Well, you didn't do a crosstab, but let's say that we did. Would it surprise you to know that the leading response among people who, I don't think you want to miss this. Would it surprise you to learn that the leading response among folks who have used curbside pickup before would be that they would favor curbside pickup again?
No, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
And yet we didn't run that. We're trying to make decisions, public policy decisions here, and this wasn't analyzed.
Well, since you have the data set, you can now do the crosstabs yourself.
Well, I'm not
Run
really
it in any
qualified to do
statistical
that.
program. You can probably do it on SurveyMonkey. Get a free subscription.
Well, we hired you to do this, or, the CIC did. But
Yeah.
just so everybody
that-
knows,
You wouldn't have hired me, that's for
49%.
darn sure.
49.1% of the folks who had had curbside pickup before would like curbside pickup again. Maintaining existing collection came in at 46.8%.
Okay.
That's more than 2 points difference.
And?
And this suggests that individuals with prior experience with automated curbside pickup were more likely to have a preference for that form of collection.
Okay.
And that's from this survey, with all of its biases.
Biases.
Yes, let's
Where-
get
where
to
are the
one of
biases,
those.
Mayor?
Well,
Where are
yeah,
the biases?
here's one bias. Well, here's one bias. You know, when we get to questions 21 and 22, when we ask people in 21 if they'd prefer to keep backyard pickup, or in 22 if they'd prefer to implement curbside automated, in 21 we give people the opportunity to answer and fill in the blank with whatever they want, and in 22 we don't. Why is that?
And what was the last part?
In 22, if you prefer to implement curbside automated, you had no opportunity to provide a reason why. We have an entire appendix of responses in response to question 21, allowing people who want to keep curbside the opportunity to write whatever they want and submit that. But we didn't afford that to people who would prefer implementing curbside. Why is that?
It wasn't an option given in the survey.
Well, why wasn't it? We know it wasn't an option. Why wasn't it an option? Why wouldn't we give, if we were trying to be even and unbiased, why wouldn't we give both sides the opportunity to weigh in here?
Because people who were choosing, well, this is speculation, so I really shouldn't say, but if you're choosing to go with a new system called curbside pickup, either because you're familiar with it from prior experience, as you indicated, or because you think it's a better idea, we do have their preferences as to why in terms of the survey responses. And to be honest, I asked my students to write every response down, including the ones that were not part of a question, and those never came up. So we had people that wrote independent responses on several of these surveys, and those were summarized in the report.
Well, these are people who did the paper, but the people who are online only had the opportunity to write in response to question 21, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Should there have been an option for simply no preference?
There was.
Was there?
Right here.
Where?
Preference for provision of sanitation services. 54% maintained by University Heights staff. 8% phase in contract service provided by sanitation company. No preference, 37%.
Well, no, that's only for contracting out versus keeping it in-house. I mean between curbside automated and maintaining the existing system of collection.
Well, we did have an unsure option. That was 10%. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That was the question about, there we go, question preferences. Satisfaction questions. No, we didn't offer no preference because we wanted to force a choice on that question, Mayor. We wanted to make sure that every respondent indicated either one choice, the other, and a variation of a choice, which was curbside pickup with assistance. Because we wanted to get an answer from everyone, because it was going to be one or the other. It was going to be either maintain the existing system, or it was going to be curbside pickup.
So we're not going to account for folks who just want the garbage picked up and don't care how it's done?
Not in this question, no.
Okay. Is that a good practice in survey design, to force a question, to force an opinion where there is no
Yeah, it
opinion?
is, because often when people are undecided, they choose that answer, and if you are above a certain percentage of those undecideds, you don't have very useful information in terms of the percentage of people who haven't made a decision about this.
So it wouldn't be useful information to the city to see that a group of people don't actually care which way we pick it up as long as we pick it up. Wouldn't that be helpful for us in making a public policy decision with regard to the method of pickup if we learned that some large percentage of folks didn't actually care either way, just want the garbage picked up?
Again,
There's no way to tell that from this survey, is there?
Again, Mayor, it's easy to find what's not there and then to say it's wrong. And that's exactly what you've been doing this whole evening, sir. The reality is this survey was designed by the subcommittee with me. I never claimed I was an expert in sanitation services. I know how to run surveys and how to write surveys. And it's also the preferences of the client, which in this case was the CIC, and prior to that, the subcommittee, in the design of the survey. Now, you're doing the exact same thing that, well, forgive me, a lot of politicians do. Here's what's present. Let me find all the things that aren't here and then turn them into issues. And that's what you've done. And you've gone on and on and on with all the things that are missing and then claimed that these are not missing because we didn't need them. These aren't missing because we never asked for them. These are missing because of an issue of competence, an issue of you didn't do what should have been done in the first place. And you, sir, never did what you should have done, which was to express these concerns as the survey was being designed. And I will say again for the last time, you knew my email address. It's publicly available. You could have simply contacted me and said, hey, what about this? Going through the draft of the survey before it was finalized and released. But you kept your hands off of it saying, no, it's not mine. It's the CIC's, even though you are the president or chair of the CIC. It's not mine, even though the subcommittee designed it and you sat in on those meetings in 2021 and for some reason the whole thing stopped for a year. Right? It's not mine except for the fact that you preside over the city council. You are the presiding officer. But you're going to sit there and keep asking me questions about this survey and what it's missing when you said nothing. During the whole time the survey was being designed and implemented, you just waited until it was all over. And then you jumped all over the survey, the council, and myself.
Well, you weren't here for every meeting where I weighed in. You weren't at the CIC meeting where I objected to proceeding with this survey. There are plenty of meetings you did not attend. You don't know what I said or didn't say. And there are plenty of things that were flawed about this survey, which is why I didn't want to proceed with it or wanted it revised before we did. And I was wholly disregarded on those counts. So for you to come in here and say I didn't do those things, you don't know. You don't know what I did or didn't do.
Well, I know what you didn't do when it came to my design of the survey and implementation of the survey. And you never contacted me directly. And I don't see any public law that prevents you from doing so. We're not talking about top secret documents at Mar-a-Lago here.
Well, I'm still waiting for a copy of the contract that supposedly Justin Gould signed with you for this.
He's right here.
I know, and I still don't have it. I still don't have it.
Ask him.
I've asked him for it.
Ask him now.
You have the floor. I'm not here. This is not the time for me to ask questions to Mr. Gould.
Not me.
I'm asking you questions, sir. You're the one that's here now.
I hate to say it, but I think I've blown my opportunity to do surveys for University Heights again. At least while you're mayor.
I don't think so.
Although you had a constituent there who had other ideas.
Well, I'm satisfied that I've gotten the answers I'm looking for here this evening.
And
Thank
that's
you,
exactly
Dr.
what
Sept.
this is. You've gotten what you were looking for. And I have too. I've gotten a full reading on you, the mayor of University Heights.
Well, good.
I have a couple questions, Mayor.
Very good. Mr. Rock, you may go ahead.
Okay, my question's not for you, Dr. Sutton. My question's for you.
I am not here.
How much time did you spend preparing those questions?
I had a lot of these questions saved up from the last committee meeting, and I didn't get to ask those questions. I was told I was supposed to type out my questions and submit them to the chair, and I wasn't taking the time to do that.
Wait a minute, hold on.
I didn't even bring a computer
I'm
with
done
me
my
to
question.
that meeting.
We had a resident come and ask specific questions. Like, when are the signs getting put in? What's going on with the Knez townhomes? What's going on with this? What's going on with that? And you've spent hours, I'm assuming hours, preparing these questions. And I'm just curious, how much of your time as mayor do you devote towards this bashing and to bash the credibility of a survey? Why are you so obsessed with it to begin with. I'm even questioning that.
You know, your question's argumentative, and I don't even know where to begin to answer.
I'd just like to know how much time you spent preparing for this.
Excuse me.
No, I've been...
Excuse me. I'd like to make a motion to go on to the next agenda item, please.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Very good. We have a motion to move on to the next agenda item by Mr. Cooney. We have a second by Mrs. Blankfeld. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, seeing none. Mrs. Thomas?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gould, did you have something?
Yes, I wanted to
Well,
address Dr. Sutton and thank him.
Well, okay, we have a motion, though.
And I'm discussing.
Discussion.
Oh, discussion on the motion.
Discussion.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I got this. You can, thank you. You please stay in order.
Dr. Sutton, thank you for being here today, and thank you for my colleagues for listening. I'm sorry that I want to make clear that the members of the committee that participated in the creation of the survey, including the mayor, including the service director, including the members of the service committee, and the public who inputted at public hearings prior to that, had input into the design of the survey. And while you guided that design process, it was made for a specific goal to gather information that would be helpful to this body. And based on that, council approved the final set of questions. While the mayor has made much issue of there not being questions related to finance, I found it very interesting that none of his cross-examination this evening centered around those issues, but rather asked you questions about what was not there that he did not raise. The mayor has not suggested that the questions proposed on the survey or approved on the survey be substantively improved in any of the ways that he asked you about this evening. And as I think about moving on to the motion that's been called, I will finally say to you, I apologize for the name calling that you've been subjected to during this process from the mayor. I am sorry that you've had to hire legal counsel in order to respond to the mayor's inquiries and the manner in which he spoke to you by email. I'm sorry for tonight's spectacle, and I thank you very much for the work that you've done. It was solid work. It was the right thing to do, and I appreciate you enduring everything that you have during this process in order to create this process for council.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
With
Gould.
everything he just said.
Thanks.
We have a motion on the floor.
We do have a motion
I have
on the floor.
discussion.
And you have discussion on the motion? Mrs. Sachs.
I have a discussion. Thank you, Dr. Sutton. I echo Councilman Gould's sentiments. The double standard that I am preparing myself to see with the responses to the other questionnaire, we'll call it, should be interesting. I know that the questions on that questionnaire did not include all scenarios, which you have accused Dr. Sutton of omitting, or even the questions that were presented. So that's true for that. And that'll be quite telling and insightful to see how you are scrutinize that process, which had zero input from council, zero input from evaluation team, which was disbanded, and no outside oversight from the creators and disseminators and analyzers of that questionnaire. Thank you so much.
You're welcome,
And we look forward to moving forward with some real ways to respect the residents' wishes and real ways to improve our recycling rate, which has been ignored for the last 4.5 years, and improve the cost effectiveness. We look very much forward to that. And you've enabled us and given us information to really be progressive and move forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Call the question.
Mrs. Thomas, you call the roll.
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Wise?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, very good. This concludes this agenda item. Thank you, Dr. Sutton, for being here this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda was an additional item, a motion to enter executive session for the discussion of pending litigation.
So moved.
And yes, that was moved and seconded. So we are now at that point in the agenda where we would enter into an executive session.
Point of order.
Yeah.
The addition was moved and seconded. Now is the time for the motion to enter executive session, which must be seconded.
Oh, I see. You're right. This is just an agenda item to call for the motion to enter into the executive session for pending litigation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There is a motion by Mr. Gould. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Blankfeld. Okay. Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Wise?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, very good. We will go into the other room for the executive session. Folks, there's still plenty here on the agenda this evening, so please feel free to stick around, and we'll be out when we're done with the update. Thank you. -55, adopting, approving, and reimbursing the costs of the city of University
Mayor,
Heights.
I think we should move the signs to,
To after item C, I thought.
I have it between B and C, but you could be right.
It's after item C.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I had it as after item C.
It's after item C. The executive session was between B and C. The item A was moved to after item C.
Thank you, Justin.
Sure.
Thank you. So I'll resume or restate. We are now on item C, ordinance 2022-55, adopting, approving, and reimbursing the costs of the City of University Heights City Beautiful Corporation solid waste survey and declaring an emergency. This is on emergency. This is introduced by Councilperson Gould. Mr. Gould, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So this, as the title suggests, adopts the University Heights solid waste survey, which was conducted by the CIC, approves and reimburses the costs to the City of University Heights CIC for that survey. And, the whereas clauses say it all. We had a process that had where we approved language for a survey. The language was approved, but the survey wasn't sent. This was taken up by the CIC, which sent out the survey. There was an initial attempt to transfer over $10,000 in advance of the CIC doing the survey. That was vetoed. The survey has now been completed. Councilperson Sachs raised this initially in the safety committee, or excuse me, the service committee, her service committee, and we had a presentation from Dr. Sutton. That was then finalized this evening, and there was some expenditures, actual expenditures. We are not asking, or we would not be transferring by this ordinance the full $10,000 initially contemplated. However, it would be a lesser amount, which is a reimbursement amount of the exact costs of the survey. And that would be the transfer amount instead. That would still come from the same council discretionary funds that are outlined inside of this ordinance. So that is what the proposal is.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. I have a few things to say about this agenda item. I will begin by reviewing the public record over the formation of this CIC. Ordinance 2018-38 created the CIC. Creating the CIC and authorizing the mayor to file articles of incorporation was introduced at the July 23, 2018 special meeting of City Council. As the minutes of the meeting reflect, the discussion centered around promoting development and conducting real estate transactions. That, as a separate nonprofit, unlike the city, the CIC could avoid having to go through public bidding when selling property. This ordinance went to committee and was amended. At the October 23, 2018 meeting, the ordinance was adopted. There was less discussion then, but again, it was on real estate development. As of the February 4,
Recording in progress.
As of the February 4, 2019 meeting, at the February 4, 2019 meeting of City Council, Council passed Resolution 2019-04, authorizing the transfer of $25,000 to the CIC for costs, fees, and ongoing expenses. The minutes of that meeting reflect that the intent of the transfer, and I quote, was to conduct meetings for the purposes of strategic discussions about economic development that could involve land acquisitions and assembly, as well as to see whether those kinds of projects are feasible, and if they are, to send money for acquisition, end quote. Mrs. Pardee and Mr. Rock both described it as, quote, seed money, end quote, for real estate development projects. The city has made similar transfers since then on this basis. What have we done as a CIC since then? Well, as a CIC, we built a new home on Northwood Road. We built a new home on Tullamore Road. We built a new home on Raymont Boulevard, and we're building a new home on South Green Road. We assembled land, and our developer has begun the site work for South Taylor Place condominiums, 30 new homes in the city's first housing development since the 1970s. We have improved or have plans in place for all of the city-owned unimproved lots that we had designated for residential redevelopment. And we did all this through the CIC, as was its purpose stated on the record at council meetings at the time of its founding and at the times of its funding. However, since my re-election November of last year, which was not supported by the council members or the resident who serve on the CIC board, who together comprise a majority of this CIC board, a new unintended improper purpose for the CIC has emerged. Early last year, as the political campaign season began, the City Council wrote a solid waste survey. They disregarded the input of administration and of the service director, and they took out all questions about costs. One of the chief reasons the city commissioned a solid waste study in 2019 was due to rising costs. This was acknowledged in the message at the top of the survey that eventually went out to the residents. The City Council made room for this message, but allotted no room for any actual survey questions about costs. This survey was political in that it was intended to be used as a campaign issue in the 2021 city elections. This survey was political because it was created to collect not so much a set of data, but an opinion poll, asking people what they like, regardless of cost, even though cost is a major consideration in everything this city does. This survey was political in that it was calculated to create a list of addresses of folks who support maintaining the current system of pickup, so that in last year's campaign season, the City Council's preferred candidates for mayor and council could identify and campaign directly to those people. It is illegal to use taxpayer dollars to do that. Our own school district was ordered by the state auditor to pay back taxpayer dollars for its own political survey. As the chief executive and administrative officer of the city, I refused to issue the survey. I refused to issue it in 2021 when it was clearly being done by City Council for political reasons and not for true policy-making purposes, or if for policy purposes, simply to maintain the status quo. I refused to issue it in 2022 when the council still would not budge on including any questions about costs. And when the council voted earlier this year to appropriate, transfer the CIC, and earmark $10,000 for this survey in Ordinance 2022-24, I vetoed it because the survey remained flawed, and furthermore, I had secured a proper, professionally written survey funded by the Cuyahoga County Solid Waste District. That survey began hitting mailboxes, and yes, it includes questions about costs, and that survey continues through September 9th. Meanwhile, City Council did not even try to overturn my veto. Instead, a 4-3 majority of the CIC board voted to use the funds already on account with the CIC for the survey. That money was for real estate projects, seed money for building homes, rehabbing homes, not solid waste surveys. The purposes for the money were all set forth on the record by City Council in February of 2019 when it made that first transfer, and was the basis for subsequent transfers. Point of all this is this: nothing in this new emergency ordinance has anything to do with building homes or rehabbing homes, which was why we created the CIC. Instead, we have a triumvirate of City Council members, Justin Gould, Michelle Weiss, and Sherry Sachs, aided by their resident appointee, Wynn Weiser, who are using the CIC to run a shadow administration. We get bills to our city finance office for the printing of the survey, billed to the City of University Heights, ordered by Justin Gould. No council member is authorized to order things made billable to the city, but city vendors don't see the difference. Mr. Gould obviously didn't impress upon them that it wasn't the city ordering the printing, but the CIC, a separate legal entity funded by city dollars, by taxpayer dollars. And indeed, why wouldn't they be confused? Let's look at the survey they printed. The very first line following "Dear University Heights household" says, and I quote, "The City of University Heights has approved a survey of residents." No, we didn't. The city did not. That is false. The CIC approved it, not the city. This is a misrepresentation to the public, and the survey was a lie from the very first sentence. Under the city charter, only the mayor can enter a contract binding the city. Council may authorize that a contract be entered. Council may appropriate money for a contract. Indeed, only City Council may appropriate money. But ultimately, it is the decision of the mayor whether to sign on the dotted line. Someone has to be the final decider. And under the charter, the one full-time elected official entrusted to do that is the mayor, as it should be, and as it should continue to be. For there can be only one city administration. Instead, a majority of the CIC board members, Justin Gould, Michelle Weiss, Sherry Sachs, and Wynn Weiser, used the CIC to circumvent the city charter. Taxpayer money is the sole source of funding of the CIC. In my view, the charter was violated when Justin Gould executed contracts to be paid with taxpayer money that came from the city. Much of these remarks were prepared remarks that I intended to make at the CIC meeting that was scheduled on August 16, 2022, allegedly to discuss the survey report. I am the president of the CIC organization, but I didn't call that meeting. I wasn't even consulted. I wasn't even asked if I was available. Susan Drucker, Dennis Kennedy, Jeff Engelbrecht, no one asked them if they were available either. And they weren't available. Well, Mr. Engelbrecht was. But they weren't there. Susan wasn't there, Dennis wasn't there. I had to make a public records request on August 12th to get a copy of the survey report that apparently Mr. Gould had been withholding. The draft reports were dated August 1 and August 5. There was no reason to withhold from the CIC president draft reports of a survey commissioned by the CIC, except, of course, that it isn't a legitimate act of the CIC in the first place. I didn't get those reports until August 15th, the afternoon the day before the meeting was to be held, and a full 2 weeks after the date of the first draft. I also await the rest of my public records requests. all communications between Mr. Gould and Dr. Sutton over this survey, all contracts signed by Mr. Gould. We heard earlier this evening about the contract and the surprise by Dr. Sutton that it hadn't been produced. And, you know, he was decent enough to say that he would provide it to me because nobody else has provided it to me as of yet. As CIC president and the mayor of the city, council member Justin Gould has kept me completely in the dark over this process, which just goes to show how illegitimate this process has been. Indeed, the CIC meeting of August 16, 2022 didn't proceed for want of a quorum. The 4 board members responsible for this illegal expenditure all emailed everyone else in the hour before the meeting advising that they would be skipping the CIC meeting. At the next CIC meeting, I will be seeking the dissolution and windup of the CIC. In a dissolution and windup, the CIC will continue for the limited purpose of finishing projects already undertaken, such as South Taylor Place condominiums. No new projects will be undertaken, which is fine, because we have built out on the city-owned lots we were going to build on. And the receivership work for the abandoned vacant homes in the city will be handled administratively. We don't need the CIC for that. If the CIC board votes no on dissolution and windup, I may seek an order of judicial dissolution of the CIC, its proper good faith purposes having been fulfilled, and improper bad faith purposes for continuing having taken root. I repeat, there can be only one administration of this city. The shadow administration created by council members Gould, Weiss, Sachs, together with resident Ms. Weiser, must end. I will also seek an order, be it from the court or the state auditor or both, that these 4 be held personally, jointly, and severally liable for the misuse of CIC funds, of public money. Which brings us now to this emergency ordinance for the city to reimburse the CIC. In my view, this does not correct or in any way legitimize the actions of Mr. Gould, Mrs. Weiss, Mrs. Sachs, or Ms. Weiser under the color of authority of the CIC. No, instead it doubles down on their violation of the city charter. Simply put, only the mayor can sign a contract on behalf of the city. Councilperson Justin Gould signed these contracts over the mayor's objection. If the city now reimburses the CIC for the amounts paid under the contracts Mr. Gould signed, the net result is the city is paying for contracts signed by someone other than the mayor. That is a violation of the city charter. A smaller point perhaps, but a practical one. There is no information in the packet in support of the expenses that are to be reimbursed. This is all information I've asked for in public records requests I've made last month. When I saw this agenda item on the agenda, the one saving grace, I thought, was that I would finally see everything Justin Gould had signed, but it's not even in the packet. On this, I want to be very clear so that there's no mistaking where this is going. If this city council passes this ordinance, 2022-55, I will veto it, just like I did last time with ordinance 2022-24. If the city council overrides the veto, I will take whatever action is necessary and appropriate to support the charter of the city on behalf of the city and on behalf of the citizens of University Heights against the renegade and lawless actions of various members of this city council. I took an oath of office to support the charter of the city of University Heights. Indeed, it was an oath we all took. Council members Gould, Weiss, and Sachs have already violated the charter with their vote on the CIC to use CIC funds, which are public funds transferred from the city, to pay for the survey. I would ask the rest of council not to join them in their violation too, and to vote no. The CIC was for real estate development. It is not a slush fund for a minority of city council to run their own separate government.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, the mayor's made several comments and accusations, and in order to prevent the public from being misled by the inaccuracies contained therein, I have several questions for the law director, and I'll take these in turn. The mayor stated that the intent and restriction on the $25,000 transfers from City Council to the CIC were for specific and restricted purposes of real estate development. Have you, Mr. McConville, had the opportunity to review the transfers contained in ordinances 2020-28, 2020-28, and 2021-10?
Yes, I've reviewed those ordinances in conjunction with the finance director.
And have you rendered a legal opinion regarding
the
whether
plain language of those ordinances that establishes the law in University Heights places no restriction on those funds.
And did you communicate that legal advice both to council and to the mayor prior to his statements this evening?
Yes.
The mayor stated that council had made an improper purpose in sending the that CIC had made an improper purpose in sending the survey. Did you have the opportunity to review the approval language and the ordinances of the revised code cited therein for the creation statute, or for the statute or ordinance creating the CIC?
Yes, and let me just state that the CIC's actions in this regard, in my view, are wholly within its powers. It is a nonprofit corporation designated by the city as an agent of the city under Chapter 1724 and imbued with all of the powers that are set forth in that chapter. Those powers clearly allow for a CIC to engage in the kind of survey that the city CIC engaged in. I'll also note that our CIC has engaged in a broad array of activities. Those activities, unlike the representations made by the mayor, relate not only to real estate matters, but for example, the CIC has funded summer concert series events. The CIC has funded a 5K race. Other CICs around the state routinely fund educational events. They fund opportunities for people of limited means to get goods and services they might not otherwise be able to obtain. For example, another local community runs a car seat initiative through their CIC. So the implication, the statement that the CIC is not imbued with the powers to conduct a survey of this kind is just flat wrong. It's flat incorrect.
And did you render that legal opinion and notify both council and the mayor of it?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that prior to his statements this evening?
Correct.
There was also an accusation made by the mayor about addresses, and I will address that at the end of my statements and questions this evening. I'd like to go back to the time that the City Council and the body of City Council, and thereby the City of University Heights, approved questions, and that was on June 7th, 2021, in Agenda Item K, a motion by the Council of the City of University Heights to approve the questions for the University Heights survey. Thereafter, we also approved funding for that survey. The mayor made issue and stated that the city did not approve a survey. That is inaccurate. The city both approved funding for the survey and the specific questions, and as Dr. Sutton stated at the last service committee meeting chaired by Councilperson Sachs, there were no substantive changes to the questions that went out to citizens and the questions approved by the city. The first line of the CIC survey that the city approved, the survey is accurate. The mayor made issue of signatures on the contract approved by the CIC for the provisioning of a survey, Mr. McConville, and stated that my signature thereon would be a violation of charter. Have you had the opportunity to review that issue specifically? Have I had questions and sought counsel from you regarding the appropriateness and legality of me signing that contract?
Yeah, and I don't see a charter violation there, and I've opined to that.
The mayor made issue of public records requests that he's made. There were a series of those, both made to me and to the Community Research Institute at Baldwin Wallace. The first of those was quite broad and caused a back and forth in communication between the mayor, myself, and Dr. Sutton. You were involved in those conversations and received many of them, is that correct?
Involved in the conversations, and what was the last thing you said? I'm sorry.
And received many of them, meaning the back and forth, you were copied on many of the emails?
I received emails, yes.
And at some point, the law department made an opinion regarding the appropriateness of the mayor's first public records request. Is that correct?
Yes. The law department was asked to review the public records requests. We made a determination that the request in its language was overly broad. However, we also noted for the parties that a public entity and or a public person of whom a public records request is made has an obligation to work with the requester. And so we asked that the parties work together to narrow the response or narrow the request. And my recollection is that in fact happened, that the request was narrowed and that the law department was asked also to review that and determined that the mayor's second public records request was valid and required response.
And that second records request was made at the end of August?
That fits with my recollection. I think that's right. It was made,
I believe it was August 25th.
Yeah, that sounds right. I left for vacation on the 28th, so it was before my vacation.
Welcome back. And that public records request requested all communications between myself and Dr. Sutton for the period of over a year, starting in January 1st of 2021.
Yeah, I'll take your word
right?
for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't recall specifically.
Going back to your opinion regarding the propriety of the CIC's actions, the mayor made issue of an email sent by council approximately an hour before the last CIC meeting that members of council would not be attending. Prior to the CIC meeting that was last called, you had a conversation with the mayor in which you discussed several items regarding the potential for litigation between the mayor and the CIC. Is that correct?
What I would say is that the mayor made a remark to me that suggested that he was considering taking legal action against the CIC.
And did he also inform you that he had hired or retained a court reporter to be present at that CIC meeting?
He did.
And you and I had a discussion where you informed me of those things. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I indicated also during that discussion that the meeting had been scheduled on a date when I was not available. I had responded to the doodle poll indicating my inability to attend that meeting and that I would not be there.
And based on everything that you knew at that time, did you give certain advice to members of the CIC and members of the council regarding their attendance at that CIC meeting?
Well, I don't know. I don't recollect giving advice about their attendance. I gave advice about parliamentary procedure. And in particular, the advice that I gave was that the mayor, by the regulations, had the right to run that meeting and would have the gavel. And consequently, if the mayor wished to make a statement during that meeting, he was going to be able, as a practical matter, to do so.
And you and I specifically discussed, however, whether or not it would be in my best interest to attend a meeting where the items that you had just discussed had been brought forward, specifically regarding the potential for litigation and the presence of a court reporter.
Well, I expressed concern about litigation. I expressed concern in the context of litigation about members who had uncertainty, perhaps being unrepresented. But I would characterize the conversation as laying out options as opposed to telling people what to do or giving specific advice about whether they should attend or not.
Prior to the approval of the questions on the CI, what eventually became the CIC survey, but approval by this council, there was a discussion regarding the school district survey that the mayor has again made issue of this evening, specifically that the school district had to pay back the funds that it had spent on a survey that subsequently was determined to be political in nature. Did you have the opportunity to review that issue at that time in light of the mayor's accusations consistent with what he said tonight?
I did, and I rendered a written legal opinion on that. And I would note, for purposes of our minutes this evening, that there was a material difference between that set of circumstances and the one in which the CIC authorized a survey. And the difference was that the school board was issuing their survey in connection with a ballot issue. And it was that particular set of facts that caused a problem. There is no ballot issue pending or that's even been discussed with respect to this issue. So it is a entirely different set of circumstances in my judgment.
And you notified both council and the mayor of that legal opinion which you wrote out?
I provided that written opinion to the mayor and council.
Before his statements tonight?
Correct.
The final issue that I will address was the statements of withholding information. I have, when the mayor uses the word withholding, some might be led to believe that I was asked for information during this process while the survey was being prepared for mailing, being stuffed, the expenditures. I was never asked any questions regarding the survey by the mayor from the time that it was approved by the CIC to the time that it was mailed or to the time that the results had come back. It was not until after the first set of results had come back that the mayor asked any questions of me. I have told him time and time again in writing that I am absolutely willing to cooperate with providing him with that information. I expressed concern about how broad his request was, which were any and all written documents or records relating to the survey. I expressed how that would have that would touch and require me to provide things that I may have been aware of or may not even have been aware of, that I would do my best to search through my emails and other items in order to provide a response to him. And then the law director or law department issued or rendered the opinion that it did, that his request was improper. He has again requested an extensive list of items that go back to the beginning of last year. I have already begun a search. I have pulled down specific emails that I think are responsive to the mayor's request. I have them all set aside, and I'm prepared to send them to Ms. Thomas for being put together. And if there is anything that needs to be reviewed, after I take a final look at those, I'll ask the law director of those. But this was something that was made, weeks ago. It is not months. It is not that I have refused to do them. to characterize never asking a question, never making any request, and then making a public records request that spans over a year of time, and to characterize that as withholding is just wrong. I have been in complete cooperation with the mayor on this issue and will continue to do so. I have been in contact with the law director regarding my responsibilities. I have heeded the advice that I have received from him on this point. I am working actively to get those done, and I've already taken the actions that I've outlined. And I said that would be the final item, but there is one more thing that I wanted to address. The mayor made an accusation that council issued this survey in order to collect addresses of people who may agree with us. That is patently false. We stated that this survey would be confidential in nature, and the only person who has requested access to the data containing addresses is the mayor himself. In a public records request to Baldwin Wallace CRI, the mayor requested that he receive the actual survey responses from Baldwin Wallace. Dr. Sutton stated that that would be a violation of his ethics as a statistician and as a person who conducts surveys, that it would be inappropriate for him to respond to those things. When I stated that the mayor's request may force his hand and place him in a position where he would be forced to provide these records under Ohio's public records request, Dr. Sutton retained counsel. I told him that I would not be a go-between and I would not give legal advice, that would be between the Luke McConville as the law director for the CIC. My understanding is that Dr. Sutton has retained separate counsel to also advise him. But I will reiterate for the members of the public and our citizens who trusted us in responding to this survey, I have not seen a single address of any respondent. I have not distributed a single address of any respondent. I have not requested access to the data of any of the citizens who responded to this survey. And when I was faced with a request from the mayor that would have required Dr. Sutton to potentially reveal those addresses, I did not want any part of that. I will not receive that. I separated myself from that request and I asked for legal counsel to get involved. And that is exactly what Mr. McConville did. So to now state that this council is using the survey results and the addresses of the respondents is absolutely false. It is not true. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Floor is open. Mrs. Sachs.
Thank you. My remarks will be brief, but please listen carefully. The mayor's imagination is quite vivid and sadly detrimental to the residents of University Heights. If you read the ordinance before us, that'll be put before us, it has everything to do with economic development. It has to do with attracting, maintaining our high standards, which include amenities, which are very few, and trash collection is one of them, is the main one. The political reason, the accusations for campaigning based on the University Heights survey are unfounded with zero evidence or basis. Legal opinion is not your interpretation. We have legal counsel. You continue to hold our city hostage due to your misinterpretations and disinformation. Based on these facts, I demand an apology for and a retraction of all of the mayor's false and unevidenced accusations. I demand an apology for your slanderous statements.
Thank you, Mrs. Sachs. The floor is open.
I'll make a motion to approve Ordinance 2022-55, adopting, approving, and reimbursing the costs of the City of University Heights City Beautiful Corporation Solid Waste Survey and declaring an emergency on emergency.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gould to adopt on emergency. Is there a second?
Second on emergency.
Second by Mrs. Weiss. Any discussion on the motion?
I guess.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
We'll start with Mr. Cooney.
The initial amount was $10,000, and what is on the agenda is approximately $8,900. What is the difference between then and now for the funds, being discussed?
The funds being discussed are $8,960.41. I requested that Mr. McConville confirm with Mr. Kennedy, both as treasurer and as the CIC and as our finance director, that in fact is the total expenditure for the CIC survey. He can confirm, but my understanding is that that is accurately the exact amount spent on the CIC survey.
Yes, that's correct.
And that those dollar amounts would come from the council funds 100-1620-53090 and 100-1620-53690, which are council discretionary funds. And there are sufficient funds within those to pay for or to transfer that dollar amount. Is that right, Mr. Kennedy?
It'll be a reduction in the appropriation amount for council and then a subsequent increase in the appropriation for the CIC.
So did that answer kind of your question on the difference between the 10,000 versus the 80,000? The 10,000 was like an up to amount, and then the 8,000 is a reimbursement of an exact amount.
That's what I was questioning.
Yeah.
And so essentially the Dr. Sutton or Baldwin Wallace, they've not been paid for the work completed?
No, they've been paid. That's why we're reimbursing. Or I don't know if they've actually been paid or not.
We have not paid Dr. Sutton.
Okay.
Not yet.
So these funds would be used to pay for the survey that has been completed and the results provided?
For the services provided by the doctor. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Cooney, could you speak into the microphone? I can't
sorry.
even hear you.
Yeah, so these funds are for the services provided for the survey. Essentially, this is what.
Correct. It would be, I will make the distinction just because it is, technical, that there was the services of Dr. Sutton were separated into multiple categories. There was essentially a drafting and design phase, followed by a final preparation and mailing phase, and then a receipt, recording, and analysis phase. The first of those phases, the design phase, was the process that you've heard about, including the previous service committee and the various parties who participated in that. That resulted in a charge of $500 that was paid by the City of University Heights. The remainder of the amount to, make the final preparations, data entry, receipt, and analysis reporting was the remaining amount. Also included in that amount is postage, printing, and then the mailing services like stuffing of envelopes and transporting them to the post office.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cooney. Mr. King, did you have a question? You had raised your hand before.
Yes, I did. I just wanted to make a brief comment saying that while I do not agree with the actions of the CIC, I feel that it was a bit of double jeopardy, whether it's legal or not. I just want to say that I think that this particular episode, I think that we should put it behind us. That's all I want to say.
Maybe after an apology.
Thank you, Mr. King. And I would ask other council members to control their outbursts and wait to be recognized by the chair. The floor is open.
You can't lie and slander people. Get away with it.
Call the question.
Okay, Mr. Gould is asked to call the question.
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
We have to take two
Clarify,
votes
this
here,
is on
first of all,
suspension.
because we have the suspension of the rules and then the main motion. So the first vote will be on the suspension of the rules.
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Langfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, and then on the main motion.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Next item on the agenda is item A, motion to accept the bid from Ellett Sign Company as the lowest and best bid for the Priority 1 City Signage Project, and the entering to contract with the same in an amount not to exceed $95,705. We have in the packet the three bids that came from three bidders. We have the letter from Guide Studio, who is handling the administration of the project. A moment, let me get that out. She states, we've reviewed the three bids received for the City of University Heights Priority 1 signage, and we're pleased to see all of the bids came in within the expected cost range. Guide Studio has experience working with all three bidders and feel confident that any of them has the capacity to complete the job as described. We recognize Ellett Sign Company as the low bidder and have worked with them on other successful community signage programs. Simply by way of reference, back in 2019 when we went out before to bid, I know there was some confusion earlier on in the meeting during the public comment period. We have not approved any bid for new signs to date. This is an opportunity, though, to do that. Back in 2019, when we last got to this point, Ellett Sign Company had the lowest bid. However, their bid at that time was defective in that there were certain aspects to that bid that rendered it incomplete, and the next bid up by a small amount was Archer Sign Company. Ellett and Archer, together with Electric Sign, have all bid this time around. Archer's bid is much higher than it was last time. Ellett is similar to the bid that we had last time, but is more complete and technically complete compared to last time, so they can be considered, with Electric Sign Company coming in between. All three of them have done work of this sort. All three of them have their pros and cons. Guide Studio was satisfied that all three of them could do the job and that Ellett's the lowest bidder, and thus the recommendation here is that we go with Ellett for $95,705. Are there any questions? And if not, is there a motion?
I have a question.
Mrs. Sacks.
Thank you. It's interesting what a difference there is between the costs. I tried to read through to see if there are any significant differences between, for instance, the highest and the lowest. Can somebody explain to me what I'm missing? It seems comparable, and there is that endorsement, but I don't want to be remiss by not.
Well, I think the bids speak for themselves. We have a $95,000 bid that covers most things. They didn't charge anything for removals, and some of the other bids had a line item for removals, but we're not looking for the sign company to do the removals. That is something that the service department and I are evaluating with respect to removals of certain signs, and maybe more to the point, to certain masonry, as to some of the areas where signs once were have brick and concrete foundations that we probably will not be using for the new signs. They don't necessarily go with the style. Some of those brick and concrete foundations could be repurposed as planters of flowers or something else, or if they are dilapidated to a point that they're not worth repairing, they could simply be removed. But that is something that the city's service department would be looking to do, and isn't something that we're looking for any of these three contractors to do. However, the amounts that were bid by the other two contractors were fairly modest for those removals. Doesn't make up the difference in price. The next bidder, Electric, is is more than a third more than what Ellett bid.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing further, is there a motion to accept the bid from Ellett Sign Company?
I'll make that motion.
Very good. We have a motion by Mrs. Blankfeld to accept that bid. Is there a second?
Is that an emergency?
I don't think it needs to be.
No.
I don't know, you haven't.
It's a
Oh,
motion,
I'm sorry,
not an
I was
ordinance.
reading C again. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll second, Mayor.
Okay, there's a second by Mr. King. Any discussion on the motion? Very good. Mrs. Thomas, we call the roll.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Wise?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Motion carries. Next is item D, motion for additional payment to Assistant Clerk of Council June Drayton as Secretary to the City's Charter Review Commission for the year 2022-2023. There's nothing in the packet about this, so by way of explanation, after discussion with Vice Mayor Weiss, myself, and also in consultation with the law director, June Drayton, who is the Assistant Clerk of Council and who works on an hourly basis doing work as the Assistant Clerk of Council, has taken on the additional responsibility as serving as the Secretary of the City's Charter Review Commission, which means that it's additional work above and beyond the amount that was originally contemplated for Mrs. Drayton, and is good and valuable work in everyone's opinion. I think everyone is in agreement that the Charter Review Commission should have full support from our Clerk of Council's office, and that this is an additional expense that is worthwhile, and that Mrs. Drayton should be compensated for this work. While this work has begun over the summer, we haven't had a regular council meeting to address this point, but I think everyone's in agreement that in addition to the duties that Mrs. Drayton is already doing to assist Mrs. Thomas and the Clerk of Council office, that it would be appropriate for Mrs. Drayton to be paid hourly at the same rate that she's been paid for these additional responsibilities. And so we would seek a motion here at the council to approve additional payment to Assistant Clerk of Council June Drayton, Secretary to the City's Charter Review Commission for the year 2022-2023, in essence, the duration of the Charter Review Commission's work. If Mrs. Weiss or Mr. McConville or anybody else has anything they'd like to add, the floor is open.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one
Mrs.
thing.
Weiss.
I have spoken to some of the Charter Review Committee members, and they are very pleased with Ms. Drayton's work. She not only types the minutes, but she gets all the emails together, she gets the agenda together, and she's very accessible to all of the members.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Weiss.
I would just simply add it's an equitable issue. She's putting in additional time, and it's the right thing to do to pay her for that effort.
Okay. Very good. It is a special project. This doesn't come up that often, and it is worthwhile to have this degree of attention paid, and likewise that Mrs. Drayton would also be paid. I've also heard only positive feedback myself also with regard to her work thus far on the Charter Review Commission, and like Mrs. Thomas, she is a delight to work with, so happy to have her at City Hall. Is there a motion to approve?
Question?
Yes, Mrs. Sachs.
Thank you. So I would assume she has an established hourly wage, and it's just whatever hours she works, or is it package, or what is it, salary?
Per hour.
It's per hour.
Okay, thank you.
Make a motion for additional payments.
I'll second.
Assistant Clerk of Council June
Thought it was
Drayton.
done.
Okay. We have a motion to approve by Mr. Gould and a second by Mrs. Sachs, I think.
Yes.
Yes, second by Mrs. Sachs. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
A very good motion carries. Folks will recall that item E was removed from the agenda, so we now move to item F. Resolution 2022-48, levying tax year 2022 special assessments in the amount of $4 million for the core retail parcel in the University Square development, permanent parcel number 721-01-001, and declaring an emergency. This is on emergency, and Mr. McConville, I think I'll give the floor to you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the annual assessment that relates to the University Square TIF, and that signifies the amount of pilot payment shortfalls to the owner of that parcel, which happens to be the bondholders who foreclosed on it about 7 years ago. We had been in the habit of making this annual assessment until we had been asked not to by the bondholders. That was a strategic decision that they've since rethought, and this will be now the third year in a row where we, again, are being asked and directed by the bondholders to levy this assessment. We are contractually obligated to do so, and this assessment does reflect the ongoing issues that the city is experiencing at University Square.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. McConville. Any questions for Mr. McConville? If not, is there a motion to approve on emergency?
I'll make a motion on emergency to approve Resolution 2228-48.
Okay, very good. We have a motion to approve on emergency by Mrs. Weiss and a second by Mr. Gould. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will take two votes. The first is on the suspension of the rules. Mrs. Thomas?
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
And on the main motion?
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Next is item G, Resolution 2022-49, accepting the amounts and rates as determined by the Budget Commission and authorizing the necessary tax levies and certifying them to the county fiscal officer. This is on first reading. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the result of the tax budget that council approved in June. If you remember, we had to file that by, I believe, July 12th. And the Budget Commission then reviews and basically certifies the need for the city to assess property taxes. We did receive that acknowledgement. This is on first reading. It doesn't have to be down to the county until September 30th. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. There's no change in the property tax rates to any of the residents or businesses. We did move internally the distribution of monies to allow the pension funds to have some more money, which will reduce the amount necessary to pay for pensions on the general fund.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any questions for Mr. Kennedy? We'll wait a moment.
Sorry. I apologize.
Are you okay now?
Sinuses.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay, were there any questions for Mr. Kennedy? And if not, is there, well, no, this is on first reading. We're okay on time with regard to this, right, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, it has to be down to the county by September 30th.
By the 30th. So
It's okay.
This would be first reading, and then we would have it up at the next meeting.
Next week.
Okay. If there's no questions or comments, we will consider the first reading had, and we will expect to see this back at the next regular meeting. Very good. Next is item H, Resolution 2022-50, levying tax year 2022 special assessments for the cost of constructing, maintaining, repairing, and cleaning of the sanitary sewer system within the city and declaring an emergency. This is on emergency. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an annual special assessment. The proceeds from the rates set in the ordinance go to two of our, one special revenue fund, one capital fund. Sewer operating fund is expected to receive a maximum of $505,535 next year. We probably will not receive that amount only because we have to discount it by the collection rate that the county will provide us later in the year. So that could be anywhere between 90 and 93%, but right now it's at a little over 505,000. For the sewer capital portion of this resolution, I expect the proceeds are the maximum proceeds, $126,350. And again, that's subject to reductions based on the rate of collection and delinquencies. There's 4,450 parcels that this resolution applies to. And we would ask that you approve on emergency. This does have to get down to the county by next Monday.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And
Mayor, can I comment on this ordinance as well?
Yes, you
I
may.
just want to point out for council's awareness that the ordinance does reference an update to our agreement with John Carroll. You may remember that 3 years ago we raised the sewer assessment rates, and as part of raising those assessment rates, we're obligated to create what's called an equalization board that allows any particular taxpayer to file essentially a dissent. And John Carroll was among the taxpayers who contested the rate, and their principal argument was that there were numerous properties that they own that are essentially used for residential purposes, and that we were seeking to assess those properties as though they weren't residential. So consequently, we entered into an agreement with them where we broke each and every one of their various properties down by category and then agreed to the assessment rate that would be applied. That agreement was a 3-year agreement. It's been advantageous for the city. It expired or expires as of its own terms in the coming days, I believe. We have agreed upon an amendment, a simple amendment that simply extends the agreement as it exists and causes it to automatically renew annually unless either party provides 180 days prior written notice. That 180-day period would provide the city with ample time to consider whether or not to raise assessment rates if John Carroll objected, and it once again reconstitute an equalization board in compliance with applicable law. So this is a good deal for the city, and I encourage council to pass this ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McConville. I would also note with all of these that there are no changes to tax rates. So when it comes to this resolution and the ones following, we are not raising taxes on anyone. And with regard to the John Carroll University, this is a good deal for the city, as it leaves in place an acceptable arrangement that we can change on 180 days notice in a given year, as Mr. McConville has indicated. And John Carroll was interested in maintaining that status quo as well. So I think Mr. Gould, you were wanting to be. You have the floor now.
Thank you. Mr. McConville, do those agreements flow with the property or the owner?
In this case, with the owner, and there is one difference in the exhibit to the agreement, in that John Carroll sold, I believe it's a residential property. Mr. Kennedy may be able to speak specifically to that, but they did sell one of their properties that will no longer be included within the agreement.
And as an example, in that instance, how was that sale detected in the change of Does the assessment only occur at the time that we impose it? Meaning, we are imposing an assessment, we haven't imposed it because you are the owner of the property and you're agreeing to that. You, on the next day, sell the property. Does that assessment get prorated and then applied to the property, or is it just waived until this next cycle when we apply assessment?
No, it's prorated. It stays there. It runs with the land.
And what process is in place, for instance, with this sale to identify the change in ownership and apply the assessment to the new owner?
Yeah, we wouldn't normally be worried about that because the rate wouldn't fluctuate based on who might own it. In this case, John Carroll just wanted to make sure that they weren't being assessed for something in particular because they'd sold a property.
We had picked it up, though. I get an updated parcel list from the county, and then I match that up to last year's parcel list with ownership, and then look into individually anything that's different. So any kind of transfers that went through, just to make sure they're categorized right, particularly with this assessment, because there was that subordinate agreement. So we did pick that up and then confirmed with John Carroll to make sure the agreement properly reflected. But that's something we do on an annual basis when the assessments are being prepared.
That's a huge comfort and nothing less than what I would expect from your department. So thank you so much for doing that work and being on top of it.
Thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you. Any further questions or comments? And if not, is there a motion to adopt item H on emergency?
So moved on emergency.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt item H on emergency by Mrs. Weiss and a second by Mrs. Blankfeld. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take two votes. First is on the suspension of the rules. Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
And on the main motion.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Very good, motion carries. Okay. Next is item I, Resolution 2022-51, levying tax year 2022 special assessments for the cost of street lighting within the city on all designated properties served by street lights at a rate of 80 cents per frontage foot and declaring an emergency. This is on emergency. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is an annual assessment, 80 cents per frontage foot. That's legal frontage. We do the same thing, download all the parcels. There's a process to go through because the county will either retire parcels during the year. There may be a request to merge parcels. So this was done independently, excuse me, much like the sewer operating and capital. And there are, again, 4,450 parcels this applies to. The maximum revenue that we would expect from this assessment is $188,626.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any questions for Mr. Kennedy? And if none, is there a motion to adopt on emergency?
So moved, Mayor.
Motion to adopt on emergency by Mr. Gould. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Blankfeld. Any discussion? If not, we'll take two votes. First is on the suspension of the rules. Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
And on the main motion.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next is item J, Resolution 2022-52, levying tax year 2022 special assessments for the cost of planting, maintaining, trimming, and removing shade trees at the rate of 70 cents per frontage foot and declaring an emergency. This is on emergency. Mr. Kennedy.
Again, an annual assessment, maximum proceeds on the assessment applied to the 4,450 parcels for legal frontage is $164,706.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any questions for Mr. Kennedy? If there are none, is there a motion to approve on emergency?
Also move.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Blingfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. King. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take 2 votes. Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, the suspension's approved, and then on the main motion.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Motion carries. Next is item K, ordinance 2022-54, authorizing the mayor to enter into a third addendum professional services agreement between University Heights and Safe Build Ohio LLC and declaring an emergency. This is on emergency. Briefly, there are certain services that had traditionally been provided by our building department, being the administrative services for the Architectural Review Board, together with those functions of the Board of Zoning Appeals that are not specifically required to be performed under the charter by our Clerk of Council. Initially, I did not pursue this amendment under the impression that with the decision to hire an assistant clerk of council, we might not be reassigning those responsibilities back to the building department. However, after hearing from the vice mayor and discussing the matter with Mrs. Thomas, it did seem that it would be appropriate to go ahead and reassign those responsibilities back to the building department, which would require a contractual amendment to our current professional services agreement with Safe Build in order to provide for these services. And thus we have here the proposed third addendum professional services agreement that was negotiated between my office and Safe Build over the course of the summer. It's been reviewed by Mr. McConville. The idea here then is that Safe Built, in its building department capacities, will assume the coordinator service for the Architectural Review Board and also coordinator service for the BZA Board, with the BZA all matters that are not otherwise reserved for the Clerk of Council under the Charter. So I would ask that we go ahead and approve the ordinance on emergency so that we can go ahead and execute this contract and get this implemented to go ahead and reassign these responsibilities forthwith from the Clerk of Council's office. Mrs. Weiss.
Yeah, thank you. I guess this is more toward Ms. Thomas. So I know we've spoken in the past. ARB for sure has never been within your purview, but BZA, you would still be taking the minutes. So, like, I see a lot of different things that seem to overlap. What would they be doing?
They take the application.
Okay.
They do the mailing. They create the agenda.
They create the agenda. Okay. They put the packets together.
And they put the packets together.
Okay. So after that, you would be basically doing the minutes and posting. You would be posting still, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because it just seems like there's a little bit of overlap within the detail here, and I think we need to clean it up a little bit.
I actually did not review this. My partner, Mike Cicero, did, but...
Sorry about that.
I have, I'm open to whatever suggestions.
Okay, I mean, what I would like to see is, so like the second check mark under BZA, Ms. Thomas would be posting it, really. That new person would not be contacting our website person to do that.
No, I would post the,
Right.
they would post the agenda because they create the agenda. The minutes I would post.
They would post the agenda.
The agenda.
You would post the minutes. Okay, that's very different. I just want to double check. They would also attend the meetings here, it says.
They do not have to, there's an official who attends.
Right,
the
'cause-
meetings,
Yeah. So maybe that check mark needs to,
Unless she would attend in his absence, I don't know.
okay, maybe that would be a good update. Attend meetings in the absence of the building commissioner. Is that, can we update that for approval?
We would have to go to Safe Built.
This is their contract, right?
Right, but we would have to
Okay.
propose it and see if they would accept that. I don't imagine that would be a problem, but we need to propose it back to them.
Mayor?
I don't know if Mrs. Weiss was done.
Yeah, no, I wanted to just double check that Ms. Thomas is okay with that, and then that last attend meetings, we just need to revise that.
So maybe what you're looking at is the second check mark is we delete and forward to city for website vendor processing.
No, so that second one in the end is going to stay because they actually are going to post the agendas.
I'm
Ms.
looking at the
Thomas is-
second check mark right now about the public notices for annual meeting schedule.
I'm under BZA Administrative Coordinator Service,
Yes.
right? So it's only the last check mark that needs to be updated,
Oh, attend meetings.
if the building commissioner is not available.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question about that? Because I've been within earshot of Mr. LeConte approaching the mayor after BZA meetings saying, I'm doing this as a courtesy, but it's really not in our contract and we need to be paid for this. So I'm concerned that we be clear about what we're saying to them. The BZA has expressed publicly, and I believe it's reflected in minutes, that they want LeConte to be present at their meetings. He's been very helpful during those meetings. He's definitely a value add for everyone.
Yeah.
During the course of those meetings. But Mayor, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's made a point of saying.
He has said that, but I've also pointed out to him where in the contract it says that the building commissioner will attend public meetings as requested by the administration. And I pointed out where that does exist in the contract, and he stood corrected and said, oh, I see now where that is and where we charge.
I wasn't aware of that follow-up conversation, so I just wanted to make sure we weren't going to be left with a situation where they were wanting to renegotiate this and we were going to be left without building department representation at our upcoming meetings.
Yeah, I mean, my preference would always be to have the building commissioner there at the meeting, and we have a general provision in the agreement with Safe Built that says that the building commissioner will attend meetings upon the mayor's request, and per that provision, I have given LeConte the standing instruction to attend all ARB and BZA meetings.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to table ordinance 2022-54 and returning it to you, the vice mayor, the law director, and the clerk of council to renegotiate consistent with the duties expressed this evening.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to table and a second. I would just state, I think we can, I don't think that that's necessary, and I don't really want to delay getting this done for Mrs. Thomas and for all of us. But
I would very much like the contract to be correct before there's any signatures on it.
all right. Has anybody made note of what the proposed corrections would be? Because I think the only one is attend meetings parents if building commissioner is not available.
Yes.
I think Kelly has a recording of it, so she could probably discuss it with you as a group.
Well, were there any other corrections or suggested additions?
It was the posting of the minutes.
The posting of the minutes?
Well, Ms. Thomas, you said you were going to post the minutes,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
Where does it say that they're going to post the minutes?
I think it was just a clarification. It doesn't say that they post the minutes. They say they post the agendas.
Right. Yeah, the ARB section describes taking minutes, and it's omitted from the BZA. It doesn't need to be stated that they don't take minutes. It's already not there. Literally, we're going to table this over adding one parenthetical, if building commissioner is not available.
Well, then we would be paying for a second person to come there and...
But BZA meetings are during the daytime.
Right. So.
Well, I'm not saying we wouldn't negotiate that. I'm saying that I don't believe tabling it is necessary in order for us to ask Safe Bill to agree to the correction. But
Mayor?
We can do that. We have a motion to table. Mr. King?
Mr. McConville, are we able to approve it conditionally?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we're talking about one sentence, if we approve it conditionally here and they're amenable to the change, then it could be, contract could be signed.
2 points.
I generally don't like to approve things that aren't in their final form. I don't like the idea of approving something, then having it allowed to be negotiated. So it's not a contract, it's this contract I like to make my motions on. So I would prefer for it to be negotiated and to have the final form before us so we can approve that contract to be signed without further negotiation.
All right, well, the motion that's on the floor is a motion to table. If there's no further discussion, we'll take a vote on that. Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rott?
Aye.
Mrs. Wise?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Nay.
Okay, very good. The motion to table passes. Thank you. Next is item L, ordinance 2022-57, amending ordinances 2022-15, 2022-19, 2022-28, authorizing permanent appropriations, current and other expenditures of the City of University Heights, Ohio for the period commencing January 1, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2022, and declaring an emergency. This is an emergency. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. This is based on a mid-year review of where we stand in appropriation. There's 8 changes proposed. I'll just run through them briefly to make sure we address any questions that come up. There's a small increase of $1,910 to support some invoices that came in for the Shaker Court. The original estimate for the year was based on prior year averages, so we missed that estimate by a little under $2,000. So we need that appropriation so we can write the check to Shaker Court. We need a $9,700 increase in the county health department expense line. When I prepared the budget last year, we took the numbers from the prior year. There was an increase this year by the county health department, so I missed that when we picked that up. So this increase of $9,700 will allow us to pay for the full remainder of the year for charges from the county health department. We're asking for an increase of $4,000 to support payment of some fees related to testing and evaluation for the safety forces. This year's, there's been a lot of activity in that regard. We didn't estimate that correctly at the beginning of the year, so we need $4,000 to pay the expenses projected through the end of the year. One of the larger ones, $252,000 to fund additional contract expenses for the 2022 annual street program. That's with Roniak Paving. If you remember, we had discussions in June and council approved the addition. I think we had $500,000 budgeted. The bids came in, they had $752,000, I believe. So that contract was approved, but it was incumbent on me coming back to tell everybody what the status was. We thought initially we might have to transfer money from the general fund to cover that, but there is sufficient fund balance in that 200 line, but I need the contract appropriation authority to pay the vendor when the project's completed. There's two pension funds, police and fire, that we're asking for increases of $60,000 in each. This is an appropriation authority. That's based on the additional monies we've collected from the county for property taxes. Allowing us to spend that money will reduce the amount of money that we have to pay out of the general fund between now and the end of the year. So that's a good thing. So it'll be $120,000 that was originally proposed to be spent out of the general fund. $60,000 each will now go against those two pension funds. And we collected again in line with the previous, we collected more money in the TIF fund than we had originally projected. The city is just a pass-through for that money, so we have to write a check in the full amount that we collected. So I need an increase of $106,720.44 to distribute to the trustee and to the schools the full complement of what was collected in second half collections. And then the last appropriation adjustment is the $8,960.41. That's going to the CIC fund to appropriate those expenses related to the survey. So the total increase in appropriation for all funds is $503,290.85, and there are sufficient cash and fund balances in all funds to support these increases.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any questions for Mr. Kennedy? And if not, is there a motion on emergency?
So moved on emergency.
Okay, motion to approve on emergency by Mrs. Weiss. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Cooney. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take two votes. Mrs. Thomas, we call the roll on the suspension of the rules.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, and on the main motion.
Mrs. Sacks?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Very good, motion carries. Thank you. Next is item M, ordinance 2022-56, accepting opioid settlement funds and directing placement of such funds in a separate fund and declaring an emergency. This is on emergency. We're going to hear both from Mr. Kennedy and Mr. McConville. Who wants to go first?
I can start off. We did receive a small distribution thus far this year. However, the distribution related to the opioid settlement requires that we set up those proceeds in a separate fund in the body of the ordinance. Council is giving me the authority to create that fund. Therefore, I can add it to the fund list and file that with the auditor of state. And I'll make sure that that initial revenue receipt, I believe it was about $2,600, will get credited to that fund immediately. And I turn over to Mr. McConville.
I would just add that that municipalities in Ohio received direction from the Ohio Attorney General in two forms. One was a brief memo that indicated that opioid settlement funds must be placed into a distinct account, and that's why we're creating a new fund. And the second was a set of guidelines on what legitimate expenditures are for those funds, and they can be generally characterized as programs or expenditures related to prevention and treatment of opioid addiction.
Okay.
Mr. McCarver, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Gould.
Is there any deadline on the approval of the opioid funds or the creation of the account?
There would be no deadline, Mr. Gould, I think, from my standpoint, other than the fact that we would have to keep those funds on a restricted basis, since they can only be used for special purpose. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Did you receive documents, records related to the award, the provisions of restriction, and the creation of the fund?
I have documents. I went looking for them, and I do have documents that are, again, they constitute advice from the Ohio Attorney General.
And then, did you receive funds related to the award of the certain dollar amount?
We received an actual award from the state, and then there was some information provided us by the auditor of state on how to track these things and what expenses, what review was required for us to certify an expense against that.
So I had asked on Friday to kind of receive those records to review them. I think it's important for the body to have a discussion about what, like, A, how much we've received, B, what our intent and plan is for it, to understand what the restrictions are on it. You know, if it requires us to have a specific plan for spending it on an opioid, addiction program, and we have a couple $1,000s, we need to have a discussion on what the restrictions are, how we're going to abide by the restrictions, how we intend to spend the money before accepting it. I think it's an important conversation to have, and I think we should have it publicly. If there is no, deadline on accepting it, or we'd lose the money, I'd like to review those. If you could forward those through for review, I'll make a motion to table ordinance.
Well, what I would recommend is that rather than tabling it, just consider it on first reading tonight, and it'll come back up for second reading.
Okay.
And we'll provide the materials to council in the meantime so that you have them in your next packet, and we'll prepare for the discussion.
Is there any set of facts you can imagine, Mr. Gould, where you would be urging the council to reject the money?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then that's fair.
Yeah, and just to be clear on that, if there were restrictions, and I haven't reviewed them, but if there were restrictions such that I don't think we would have reasonable use of the funds, and another, returning it to the pot to go someplace else for use by a city or municipality that was large enough to have enough money coming to it that they could make a good use of those funds, but they would just sit here until we figured out what to do with them and we didn't have a reasonable belief that we would be able to meet the restrictions placed on the money. That would be one example of sometime where we would have to have a discussion of do we really think we're going to be able to do anything with these funds? But I don't know because I haven't reviewed them, so I'm just throwing out hypotheticals.
All right. Mrs. Sachs.
Thank you. Are there any statistics, or is there any information available from the county or wherever this emanates from regarding the opioid, the prevalence of the opioid addiction in University Heights? Is there any information that could accompany that to help give us some guidance, just some perspective?
I know that the chief has discussed some law enforcement cases before with that. Maybe next time he can be prepared to discuss it further.
I'm wondering if
Chief, could you come up to the microphone so you can be heard?
Thank you.
I was just indicating we can run some historical data to illustrate some of our response efforts and frequency regarding the opioid pandemic in the field, and also go over some other county processes that we're involved with resources like Narcan that we use in the field.
I'd like to hear from the fire chief too, from EMS runs. Oh, that's a good idea. Well, safety, maybe even safety committee.
Yeah, it's police and fire.
And any thoughts about plans, like how you and Chief Perko might see this implemented to assist with whatever prevalence we have?
Yeah, we'd have to see more information on what type of award,
what the funding is.
Requirements, and further assess it.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Chief. So if there's no further discussion, it would seem that we are hearing this now on first reading. We'll consider the first reading had, and we will look for this to return at a future council agenda. Next is item N, motion declaring 4394 Groveland Road, permanent parcel number 721-20-014, a public nuisance. Mr. Engelbrecht, you have the floor, sir.
Good evening. So this is in regards to the property at 4394 Groveland. On August 18th, I sent an email to council along with photos regarding the conditions found at the property. The property was entered via search warrant, which was signed August 3rd. Language in the warrant allowed for time to coordinate with the Cuyahoga County Board of Health, along with the police department, while giving the owner time to respond to the department's request for an interior inspection. The interior inspection was deemed necessary due to the hoarding conditions outside of the property. If you're just driving by, you wouldn't be able to actually see the hoarding conditions because a lot of times the owner will keep at least one or two vehicles in front of the conditions, which are closer to the garage. And I personally didn't realize that the property was in this particular condition until I went to the property with Tom Ingram one day, who was familiar with the conditions at the property. I spoke with the owner of the property a few times, once with Tom Ingram, along with once just myself and the owner, who was Robert Wiseman. On that particular day, I talked with him for at least an hour, and he threatened to harm himself at least 4 times during that conversation. I let him know that, I would be reaching out to the Cuyahoga County Adult Protective Services to try and see if we could get him some help due to, his mental health. They did reach out to him after that. And during that conversation, I let him know that I have to get inside the property to make sure that he's not harming himself, and that I wanted to go inside with the county health department to make sure, that the property was at least in a livable condition. And I gave him time to do that. Gave him about 2 weeks to get back in touch with the department. He failed to do so. So after that, about August 3rd, I went to Shaker Heights Municipal Court, and I spoke with the judge. I showed her photographs of the exterior of the property and pretty much explained to her that based on the exterior, I have to go inside to find out what the inside looks like, just to make sure that he's not harming himself. She agreed and gave me the warrant. But in the warrant, there was language which pretty much gave time, again, for me to coordinate with the health department, coordinate with the police department to make sure that we could all go in together, along with giving the owner time to at least reach out to the department on his own. So we waited roughly an additional 2 weeks. We went inside August 18th. The owner wasn't there, and what we found was beyond deplorable. This is one of the worst properties that I've seen within both the city of University Heights and the city of Cleveland. And based on that, I found that the property is not fit for human habitation. I found that the property is in a condition where it could be deemed condemned and that a vacate order should be placed on the property. And based on that, I'm asking for council to deem this property a nuisance.
Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht. Mrs. Blankfeld.
I want to applaud you for your work in this effort. I know that you've encountered a lot of disturbing, but nothing to this degree in the houses that you've had to go into with an administrative search warrant. I can just tell by the sound of your voice that you find this really upsetting, more than most. The pictures that you provided council were beyond anything I'd seen so far. And the fact that we're going to try and help this individual get out of living in those conditions
and the fact that it is a fire hazard and who knows what else. I want to thank you for everything you've done in this regard. I'd like to make the motion to deem it a...
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you,
question
Mrs.
there.
Blankfeld. Yeah, why don't we, we could always have discussion after a motion. So why don't we take the motion and then we'll have some discussion. So
I'll make the motion to deem the property at 4394 Groveland Road a public nuisance.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Blankfeld. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. King. Now, is there discussion? I know it seems like there was other people. Mrs. Sachs.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts. So this individual, was it ever considered to call the mobile crisis unit?
Yes,
What were they called?
yes.
Okay, so is he connected with mental health services, not just the, adult protective?
Yeah, he is at this point.
Okay.
Now, when I had my own conversations with the mobile crisis unit, and they said that at the worst, that they may have to do an intake at 2100 Lakeside. If not, I asked to check and see if Benjamin Rose still has beds. They weren't able to confirm on the phone if there's any beds available still at Benjamin Rose.
So it sounds like he's Jewish, his name. There is Hebrew Shelter Home, which has a separate accommodation for men. Now, I work at the same organization, so I don't know if I can elaborate, but that's another resource. I'm surprised Mobile Crisis Unit didn't give you that as well. Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, it's a good option.
Was that Mr. Gould?
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Gould, you have
I just wanted to, while I appreciate the nobility of wanting to ensure that the individual wasn't harming himself and all of the desire to make sure that he's well, I wanted to ensure that we discussed and created appropriate record that while exigency and ensuring that an individual may not be harming themselves may be appropriate rationale for police to make entry or for a jurist to create a search warrant for the evidence of a crime, if such was a crime, that this was an administrative search warrant that was secured according to the photographs that you've placed in here to find specific violations related to the proper administration of your authority, those being University Heights Codified Ordinances 1478 and 1480, which generally, I believe, apply to habitability and other matters of nuisance. And so I just wanted to make sure, although you said several times that you needed to get a warrant to make sure he wasn't harming himself, that was not the stated basis for the warrant. And in fact, it was for these other administrative purposes that entry was requested and granted. And the evidence that you've received, I'll just create an additional record that I find while I appreciate and I don't mean to at all to embarrass the individual who lived in that home, I find them to be dangerous. I find them to be, likely to cause disease or other harm to a person who is living in those conditions, to perhaps even attract pests and other nuisances that would degrade not only that property but could potentially infest others. And I say that only because those are the specific and appropriate purposes for us to exercise our administrative authority, and I believe that was accurately done in this case. So that's why I will support the motion.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Gould. Mrs. Weiss.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to, thank Mr. Engelbrecht. I was contacted, I guess, by a friend of this person. I'm not sure. I think more of an acquaintance. Like, he doesn't really have people to turn to, I guess. And then I had a conversation with Mr. Engelbrecht on what the most appropriate way, to handle the situation is. And he, we did kind of think out of the box a little bit and try to get him the help in conjunction with this. The one thing that I just want to make sure about is that going forward, the prosecutor is always apprised beforehand, which I'm not sure he was in this situation, because somebody with mental illness, I don't I don't know what that prosecution looks like, but it definitely is not imminent. So, I want to make sure that happens beforehand also, and I want to thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Weiss. Is there any further discussion? Well, I do have something I'd like to say. This is obviously a very sensitive situation, and anybody who has seen the photos, sometimes we say something is shocking, and then, maybe we're using that word lightly, but these photos are shocking. And while this is a situation where we're obviously concerned also for the safety and well-being of the owner and occupant of the property, I appreciate the steps that have been taken to help ensure that we don't take what is already a terrible situation and somehow make it worse for this individual. It's a sensitive situation. I appreciate Mrs. Weiss's involvement in discussing with the acquaintance the ins and outs. I appreciate what Mrs. Sachs had to say about other options that may be available. This is, we're one great community here, and we want to make sure that we're looking out for everyone best we can, especially the ones that, need the help the most. And, the things that we're doing here with regard to this particular home, we want to make sure that homes are up to a certain standard. But, when you see what you see here and when you're aware of what has happened with this individual, I don't think there's anybody here who doesn't feel empathy for, the situation toward this individual. And, I appreciate Mr. Engelbrecht's sensitivity and steadfastness throughout this, because this has to be done for the protection of this particular resident, while at the same time we are all mindful and hopeful that we don't want to take something that's already very bad and make it somehow worse. So thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht. Thank you, everyone here, for your sensitivity on this. Is there any further comment?
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Gould.
I'm trying not to call another executive session. Mr. McConville, are you satisfied with the record that's been created regarding the intention and purpose for the warrant?
I am, and principally because you have a motion before you that relates to property. The warrant was sought on the basis of the habitability concerns about the property. It was deemed by the judge to be, issued, and I think the pictures that they took are addressing those issues, and the motion before you is specifically related to the property.
And although there's been this separate issue discussed,
yeah, there's the reason I don't see pretext, although I was concerned about that as we were discussing this, is because independently there is this property concern, and I just want to ensure that you're comfortable. And I'm comfortable with it. I think there are pitfalls no matter how you respond to what's been learned.
Sure,
so, yeah, comfortable with it.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. If there's no further discussion, Mrs. Thomas, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Langfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rott?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
I'll abstain.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht.
Thank you.
Next is item O, motion authorizing to advertise seeking bids for the 2022-1 fall tree pruning. Mr. Picorni, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good evening. This is our annual tree pruning and removal contract. 2022-1 will be the number for this year's contract. The program will be performed once the leaves come down off of the trees. I prepared a list of those trees that we intend to work on. It's approximately 440 trees. It is all in Zone 1 of our tree zones, which the city has broken into 4 zones. We're estimating it'll be about $120,000 worth of work for the 440 trees, and I'm requesting council's authorization to go out for bids. Once we receive bids, we'll come back with that and look for council's authorization to proceed with the project.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Picorni. Is there a motion to authorize to advertise seeking bids for the 2022-1 Fall Tree Pruning Program?
So moved, Mayor.
Motion by Mr. Rock. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Cooney. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Sachs.
Thank you. I looked at this very nice chart of all the cities, all the streets and the properties, and half a dozen or so assessment of what you're going to do. Clean it, prune it, remove it, stump, whatever. For those that you remove, are there plans to replace, to plant? And if so, why would that be appropriate to add here as well? Or how does that work? How does it translate? And I say that because there was an email from a resident, and I think Edgerton, where trees were removed and not replaced. And I'm just wondering if there's a connection or disconnection. Thank you.
I try to keep them connected.
Okay, well, we might have missed one.
Next item on your agenda will be the tree planting project, and that does follow the tree pruning and removal
That's the
project.
next item. And
So,
it's-
for instance, we're working in Zone 1 of pruning and removals. I keep a list of all of those that were removed. They then go on to the planting project for the next year.
The next year.
Right. So it takes time for them to, they grind out the stump, that kind of thing. There isn't enough time left in this year to get the planting done, so it goes on next year's planting.
Next spring or a full year?
It's
or
next fall.
Next fall.
So it's generally a full year.
Thank you.
Yeah, just for clarification, Mr. Picorni, on risk of jumping ahead here in the agenda, the citywide tree planting program for this year focuses on the area that would have been the pruning and from last year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I hope that provides some clarification.
It does. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Picorni or a discussion on the motion? If not, Mrs. Thomas, we call the roll.
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Langville?
Aye.
Mr. Rack?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries. Next is item P, motion authorizing to advertise seeking bids for the 2022-02 citywide tree planting program. Mr. Picorni.
Thank you again. This is the planting program that similarly we just discussed about places where we had removed trees in previous years and/or requests by residents that would like to get a tree that don't have a tree on their tree lawn currently. In this case, there weren't a large number of them this year, 42 of them, and I'm estimating that it's about $18,000 worth of trees. We will go out and bid this if you authorize it, and then I will bring the bids back and let you know if we can get that project started and done. That will be done prior to the completion of the pruning program. So this will be done in November, December.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Picorni. Any questions for Mr. Picorni? Mr. Rock.
Yes, thank you. To piggyback off of what Mrs. Sachs was saying about a resident on Edgerton, his concern was on his street there were a handful of properties that are absent of the tree lawn tree. So first of all, what zone is the replanting schedule on this year?
This year we're doing, which was the northeast area.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly Ruby Vale, Groveland, Silsby, Conover, northeast.
Okay, so I guess my first question would be, when was the last time Edgerton, I believe it's between Hillbrook and Silsby, when was that last on the replanting schedule?
Approximately 4 years ago.
4 years ago, okay, because this gentleman moved in right around that time, so he must have missed it. When will it be back on the replanting schedule?
Next year.
Next year. So I guess there are trees that are missing. Will those be replanted, or does the resident have to request a tree?
We've done both in the past. We've gone, knocking on doors and asking if they'd like a tree. Most of the time, it's only where trees have been removed or where requests are made.
So I guess if you go back 4 years, were those trees, I guess it would be 5 years because they would have been pruned a year prior. So 5 years ago, were those trees in question removed by the city or by the resident themselves?
They may have never had a tree on their tree.
Oh, okay.
So
as you're doing inventory then, and we're a tree city, I guess it would make sense to include lots that are absent a tree to be included a new tree.
we have attempted that before, and you end up with a lot of extra trees, is what you end up with. If you try to put a tree on every tree lawn down a particular street, many of the residents will say, no, I'm not interested, and then you're stuck with the tree that you've already bid to be planted there. Otherwise, you got to get ahead of it and ask the residents individually if they'd like to have a tree on their tree.
Understood. So is that something that you'll undertake to get ahead of it, talking to those neighbors?
We can give it an attempt for
It would be nice, because I looked at
your
pictures of
resident
the
who would like to
street.
see a tree on
There wasn't very many
every
trees.
single tree lawn.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going with that is we just approved an assessment for the trees, the shade tree fund, which we do every year. We pay taxes based on how many linear feet of frontage we have, not just to have a tree, but to live in a community that has trees on every tree lawn. It's important to this resident. I'm sure it's important to the people on that street as well. So I appreciate that.
Certainly.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any further question or comment? Kelly, has a motion been made on this yet? Okay, is there a motion then to authorize to advertise seeking bids for the 2022-02 citywide tree planting program?
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Sachs. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Blankfeld. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mrs. Thomas, we call the roll.
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Very good, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Picorni. Next is item Q, a motion to approve change order number 1 for the 2022 pavement marking program. Mr. Cheney was not available to be with us this evening. Chief Rogers, were you going to speak on this? Or if not, I can read from Mr. Cheney's written report.
Mayor, I didn't have anything to add other than what Mr. Cheney put into his memo. That was part of the council packet.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll just go over what he put in his memo. I'll read this just for the record. Agenda item, pavement marking change order. Number 1 is stated in my letter of August 16, 2022. The street striping contract went over the budget, and we recommend approval of the change order. Number 2, this project was performed at night, and our office was not authorized to provide inspection for the night shifts. Most cities do not inspect the striping of streets. The first we were made aware of the overage was when the first and final invoice was submitted at the end of the project. Number 3, the contractor did call me and let me know that there were no bid items set up for the bike symbols and the school letters that were existing and required repainting. We gave the contractor permission to paint those items utilizing the bid prices they quoted Shaker Heights for the same items, so the prices were bid prices and they were very fair. Number 4, the work was completed in a satisfactory manner, therefore the recommendation to approve the change order. Number 5 is stated in my August 16th letter. We recommend going back out for bid this fall or winter for pavement marking work to be performed in 2023 and 24. So that would be the extent of Mr. Cheney's written remarks. Mrs. Weiss.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So in June, I remember having a very robust discussion about this. There were some errors in the original bid. I think it was Mr. Rock who actually found them. And we very clearly said amount not to exceed. This is $10,000 over. This is a contract where it was signed. They know what a bidding contract looks like. I am inclined not to approve this $10,000. This is not the city's fault that they went over budget. It was a very clear contract.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Weiss. Mr.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and agree with my colleague. I could tell you in my profession, I deal with change orders almost on a daily basis, and this is really not how you go about a change order. And I just want to make it clear as we embark on new facilities where I foresee change orders to be a thing that happens quite frequently, that this is not the business we're going to get into of approving change orders. In my field, when you foresee going over budget or finding things that are not in your bid set, you make that known to the project manager or to the client. The client prepares what's called a construction change directive, a CCD. The architect or the engineer will prepare that for authorization. So in this case, what should have happened was a CCD should have been prepared, given to the project manager for approval. Of course, that would have to come to council, and then you do a change order. A change order is a change in the contract. The contract was clear that these were the units, these were the unit cost, and this was the fee total. The fact that they exceeded it is really their problem. That's not something that's really our fault. Furthermore, there were 3 things in that change order that are not in this letter that was prepared by GPD. The first one was, I don't remember the order, but one of them was about crosswalks that they were over on the paint in the amount of 12,000 feet. The original quote had 12,000, between 12 to 13,000 linear feet of crosswalks, and they painted 24,000 feet. So I'm curious how they exceeded it by double, especially in prior years where the units were always 12,000 feet. That's been consistent from year to year. The fact that they used twice as much paint on the crosswalks, again, that's not a fault of University Heights. Second item and the third item kind of go together. It was for the markings for school and for bike lanes. If it wasn't in the bid set, it should not have been done. The fact that the bike lane markings were not part of the scope of work, and then they went ahead and painted it anyway, they did something that they were not contracted to do. It was not within their scope of work. Although I am reading here that the contractor did call Mr. Cheney and let him know that there were no bid items set up for that bike symbol and the school letters. He gave the contractor permission to paint those letters. Again, that was done without approval from council or anybody else in administration. So to add scope without approval, this is really not the way we need to go about this. I'm not inclined to approve this either. The bid was already, due to inflation, so far exceeding last year's number. This is another 20% jump in the amount.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rock. Are there any other comments, discussion? Floor is open. Mr. McConville, is there anything you would care to add with respect to the respective positions the city could take on this?
Well, I have been on both sides of this issue. Mr. Rock's comments are absolutely correct. There's a procedure to be followed in the contract when a contractor does work. Without following the procedures for change order in the contract, they're undertaking risk. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, the contractor did additional work, and that creates an equitable issue, arguably. It's really not any more complicated than that, but that would be the 2 sides of the coin.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McConville. Is there any further discussion? And if not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the contract, the change order.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion to approve change order number 1 for the 2022 pavement marking program by Mr. King. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Mr. Cooney. Any further discussion? Mrs. Sachs.
Thank you. I think it's a slippery slope to approve or entertain even approving additional costs that are outside of contracts. It's just not how business is done. And what's to say that can just happen and we're setting a precedent? So, thank you.
Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Sachs. Mr. Gould?
I thought that this came up in committee on the first time that it came to us, before it came to the full council meeting. And I don't know if it was a safety committee meeting. I just remember there being a detailed conversation where you had requested all of the records related to it, and we wanted to come back and have those in front of us. And I remember the chief talking about going out, police chief talking about going out and taking a look at what needed to be paved, and like, this is what was going to happen. Mm-hmm. And I'll go back and look at the minutes if they've been completed yet, but I recall there being a specific conversation regarding why there was an increase and what caused this. And I thought I asked a question specifically of Mr. Chuney in committee, whether or not this included any bike lanes, any other markings, anything that we didn't already have. And the response was no. I'd have to go back before I confirm that, but I thought it was. I'll go look at the minutes if we have those from the safety committee, if June has completed those. I know that we've approved a set of them. I don't know if we've gotten to June yet. But I also have concerns. I think there needs to be an understanding, especially when you have had a conversation like this, that before you would approve a change order, you would return to the body and say, hey, we had a really clear conversation about this. You asked me to get all sorts of records from Shaker Heights. You went through them with a fine-tooth comb, Councilman Rock. I remember you going line by line by line. Why is this more than... It must have been before it even got... It may have been our May Safety Committee meeting, because we brought it up even before it came. Do you remember that, Chief? I saw you just...
Yes, so I recall at that Safety Committee meeting around May that we went through every item, or line item in the bid packet. And I also recall, I believe the representative that was requested from JD Striping was not available. But I think what we did identify, or the committee identified, was that there was a significant price increase as a result of the section of the bid pack or the proposal specific to parking lot line striping. When she was asked that, I go take a look at the different parking lots, and if something reached a level that was critical, that I would follow up with Joe Chuney and we would look at it at that time. That's obviously, we went through that process, and the project continued obviously then without any of the parking lot line striping. But that was the specific content of what was identified as a significant increase in the project, and also the request for us to check the parking lots for line striping, which again was not part of this work.
And so I think, that striping hasn't been done?
That was not done, no.
Okay. But there is an increase of over double of the lines, right?
So there are several increases in question here. There was the increase between 2021 street painting project and the 2022 street painting project outside of the scope for parking. And that was more inflation, the reason why there was such an increase. There was about $20,000 set aside for the parking lot markings, which we had removed from the scope of work. Mm-hmm. Yes. Then there was a cost increase between 2022 street marking program and the 2023 street marking program. And I can't remember the exact percentage, but the percentage increase far exceeded Shaker Heights increase between 22 and 23. And then between 23 and 24, our increase far exceeded Shaker. I think it was almost by double percentage of what their increase was, which is why this council chose to peel off 23 and 24 from the scope of work, because we didn't feel it was fair to be paying a substantially higher increase than what Shaker was paying. And I found all that just by going, as Mr. Gould said, line by line. This is what the city engineers should have been doing, going line by line and recalculating these. There were unit costs that were incorrectly quoted. Again, the bid they gave us is the bid. That's the contract. I'm not inclined to change that. They come to council and ask, if you feel there wasn't enough paint to perform the work, you have to stop, go to the project manager, which this case would have been Mr. Cheney, and said, hey, we have a problem. Somebody who gave these figures, the 12,000 linear feet, maybe didn't give the right figure. It was the figure we've used year after year after year, but the fact that they just chose to use double the amount of paint and then charge us without any permission, that's something this city cannot stand for. That's not the way we do things.
Mr. Cheney did recommend that at the committee meeting in the spring, that we do go out for rebid, and Shaker Heights likely would do the same after this year. And I also want to be very clear, I'm not part of the team that does calculations throughout the city.
He's wearing a vest. It wasn't his fault.
It's not the city's fault at all.
I don't take part in the linear foot calculations for striping. I also, police departments don't take part in the bid meetings and going through the specs with Shaker Heights. Their public works and their city engineer does that.
But just to finish the thought that I was on, and thank you very much, Chief, for clarifying.
Thank you, Chief.
To finish the thought that I was on, if this was something where we had a certain project, and we have a project manager, and we're gung-ho, we're saying, get that done, and, there's something that comes up that's reasonable in the project, and they make a certain call on it, I would have a little bit more understanding and compassion around that. We're very apprehensive about approving this. We had to strip off several years in order to get this through, because some of us weren't going to support it otherwise. We had very specific conversations about what the scope was, what was going to be done. And these are things that were directly in line with the conversations that we had regarding what we would and would not expend money on. And then to have this go back, to have the money be spent, I'm happy. I appreciate the memo that Mr. Cheney wrote here. I respect him. I'd be happy to hear from him more about some of these specific issues and his thought process around when he approved that as the project manager, and in relation to the call. I'm not going to support the motion tonight without hearing from him, and so I will. I'm not going to support the change order this evening. For those reasons.
Okay. In light of what Mr. Gould said, I would ask Mr. King if he would be inclined to withdraw his motion and instead offer a motion to table to allow Mr. Cheney to provide any additional information that may be helpful to the council.
Question: what are the terms on when this bill is due? If we tabled it tonight, would we be?
I'm not aware of any.
Yeah, you're not going to run into an issue there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
because they're in a situation where they've done work that exceeds the bid, and they've not followed the change order procedure that they agreed to contractually. So they're asking.
And correct me if I'm wrong, their PO is for the amount that council approved in the not to exceed the 49,000 amount, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah,
So
there's
they're
no,
billing
right,
beyond
there's
their
no,
PO.
there's no authorization to pay them additional funds without council approval.
Right. So I mean, the invoice is dated August 3rd, and we're talking about, coming back in 2 weeks. And, worst case scenario is they get paid the amount that was originally appropriated. Worst case for them, that is. and then, there's an opportunity.
But the invoice is an unapproved invoice. It doesn't match the PO.
Well,
So it's not even a relevant invoice. It shouldn't even be entered in the system.
The invoice has not been set up for payment.
Mm-hmm.
When I received it, I sent it back to Mr. Chuney and said we had to do this process to go through to get additional approval.
And that invoice can never be paid because it doesn't
They would
match
have
the
to
PO.
send us a revised.
Exactly. So there's nothing wrong with waiting, which I don't think, I can hear from Mr. Chuney, my opinion will remain the same.
And I agree with
But
Yeah.
it's not an approved invoice.
There's no exposure for the city by waiting.
Have you had conversations with this contractor or about this process? I just don't understand how it sounds like there's a set process that's set up for change. We contract around that. I don't understand. Maybe it's just a practice in the industry just to call up the project manager and not go through the change process.
Well, two things. One is that the change order provisions and requirements contracts like this or other service contracts are fairly similar contract to contract. And what they say as a general rule is you're to come to get approval, authorization for the additional work before you do it. And so in the case of a government contract and in the case of University Heights, that entails getting approval from council. So that's one thing. Another thing that's worth pointing out, and I referenced this earlier, or alluded to it earlier, is that as a practical matter, this situation happens from time to time. I mean, I've seen it over the years in multiple municipalities where, what happens is the contractor's out there doing the work, they make a phone call, and it's a decision that's made right then and there while they're out in the city. When you're working on a large construction project where the contractor is going to be there for weeks and months, there's absolutely positively no excuse for not following the procedure because you're going to be there over time. The question is whether this is a little different because they're here for a day or two. But I don't know all the details. I would defer to Mr. Chuney on all that and suggest that the mayor has a good idea that maybe council should inquire directly from the individual who took the phone call what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of conflicting things here, I think, for us to consider that maybe Mr. Chuney could provide some elimination on. I mean, you have an item 3 where he says the contractor did call him to let him know that there were no bid items set up, which Mr. Rock, pointed out they could have just been left out, of the repainting. They didn't have to be done. But on the other hand, item 2, that second line says the first we were made aware of the overage was when the first and final invoice was submitted at the end of the project. Maybe that Mr. Chuney was as surprised as we all are. I mean, I was here for those meetings as well. I know what the council's position and the tenor of the discussion was. We were looking to save some money. And, who wants to spend $10,000 more than you planned on? I get that. So I happen to think we ought to get some more information before we reject it out of hand. But I certainly understand the position of the folks who are inclined to reject it. And, when I heard that it went over, I thought, how can that be possible? Especially after the conversation we had. Now we know, I know that the JD Striping and Service Inc. wasn't necessarily in the room when we had our conversation, but nevertheless, that conversation was had, and they should nevertheless be sensitive of the fact that a certain amount was approved and they, need not exceed it. Even if they didn't sit here and listen to our discussion, they were provided a number. Now, if it turns out they weren't provided a number or something, then that's something else we ought to know. But they should have been provided that number. So I do think that it's worth further discussion, further investigation as to what exactly happened here. If you're not otherwise inclined to just reject it this evening.
Mayor, it wasn't quite clear to me from the invoice. Mm-hmm. I see each of the items and how it was, how they were expended. I didn't think it was clear for which of these projects it was for. Mm-hmm. And I just thought what would be helpful is if, as part of the response, I guess, so, as an example,
I see school symbols, and I see 11, and I think so there is a breakout here. You know, I want to hear from Mr. Chun a little bit more, but I would also be understanding of a project manager in August of the year when school's about to go into session. I mean, I'm not going to sit here as a council person and say, you know, well, you put crosswalks for our kids to safely go to school. You know, I'm not going to pay you your $3,000. But you know, I do think that it's the type of thing where it's like, hey, maybe when we're bidding things out, like, we should think about school crosswalks. And school signs.
Isn't Mr. Cheney supposed to do that at the beginning?
I think these are all conversations we can have with Mr. Cheney. I'm just saying, there's a lot more information I think we want to get. I think that's the underlying thing, and I think there's some reasonable things here. I'm just saying, I want to hear from him. I want to hear what he has to say, because when I look at this, I don't get that story, and I want to understand that, because I don't want to just, you know, say on principle, I'm not going to vote for it. And things like school crosswalks are things that, like, if you tell me that you didn't do it according to the contract, I'm probably going to still pay you for them. But that's just me.
But wouldn't that be in the contract
I mean,
each year?
I think one of the guiding things we need to think about here is that you know, and this has come up a lot in the practice of law, and I think anybody here who's a lawyer, who's worked with lawyers, has experienced this as well. That you don't want to assume. You don't want to assume malice where mere negligence or inattention, you know, might suffice. You don't want to assume a bad intent where you know, a simple oversight may have been the cause. And you know, here I just don't know. You know, I am disappointed that went over by $10,000. I don't like it. You know, we have the benefit of the work they did. So what do we do? And I feel like it requires more explanation from Mr. Cheney. When I realized he couldn't be here this evening, I thought this is unfortunate that this is on the agenda this evening and he's not here to discuss it.
I believe Mr. King has something to say.
In light of continued conversation on this topic, I'd like to change my motion to table the change order so that we can hear from Mr. Cheney himself.
Very good. We have a motion to table until Mr. Cheney can address us. Presumably the next meeting on this is by Mr. King. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Cheney seconds again. If there's no further discussion, Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll on the motion to table?
Mrs. Sachs? This is to table, so Mr. Cheney has an opportunity to answer questions, correct?
Yeah, the idea would be, provided he can be here at the next meeting, that we would take it up at the next meeting.
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, very good. The item is tabled. Next is letter R, a motion to enter executive session for the purpose of discussing legal proceedings, personnel, and real estate matters. I think there is still a real estate matter to discuss.
Really? I would like to provide an update on University Square. There's going to be some activity soon.
Yes.
I can wait, but I think you want to hear about it.
I think it would be better to hear about it, unfortunately.
I'll try to be brief.
I know it's late.
Motion's the ladies' room?
Yeah, before, after this item, why don't we take like a 5-minute recess for exactly that?
Motion to recess for 5 minutes after, when?
Well, why don't we move on the executive session, and before we go to the director's report, take a 5-minute bathroom break for everybody who needs it. Okay? So that's kind of two things. Let's do them one at a time. The first is a motion to enter executive session for real estate matters. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mr. Gould. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Blankfeld. Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Motion carries. Is there a motion to take a 5-minute recess for personal needs?
Yes, please.
Okay, 5-minute, there's a motion by Mrs. Sachs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Blankfeld. Mrs. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
As disgusting as it is.
Aye.
Mr. King?
We never should have,
Aye.
Okay, we're in recess.
we never should have done this.
Yeah, yeah.
Ridiculous. I shall tell you.
tissue, I don't know what's going on in there.
There's that.
It's okay.
Okay.
Order from recess, and we will now go to reports and communications from the directors. And we'll start with finance. Did we lose Mr. Kennedy? All right. Well, he had a few things. Maybe he can supplement with a written report. If he comes back, we will,
He will come back.
return to him. I don't think he'll be back. Law, Mr. McConville.
Mayor, I'll deliver my report in executive session.
In executive session. Public safety, police. Very good. I see Mr. Kennedy has returned. Mr. Kennedy, do you have a report?
I do.
Let's hear it.
Bring it on.
About 20 pages.
Oh, good.
No, I'd just like to give everyone a little update on financial situation through the end of August. The year-to-date revenue, and these are pending final closing of the month, so the numbers are all rounded. Year-to-date revenue in the general fund is $12.6 million. Year-to-date expense in the general fund is $11 million. The ending unencumbered balance in the general fund is a little over $5 million. Income tax collection receipts through August are $8.1 million. That's for all types of income tax, net profit, individual, and withholding. Compared to last year's collections through August were $7.1 million. So we're up $1 million and some change, and that's relatively a 14.3% increase over last year. I did get some preliminary numbers for September. That suggests that the trend of growth is going to continue. September collections right now, to me, look like they're about 9% over last year's. With the exception of some state receipts we get for property taxes, all property tax from the county has been received through the end of August. Property tax collections are 5.9% over the original budget estimates, and the basic property tax collections this year are running about $400,000 over last year. I did send out a bill and get payment for half of the amount due from South Euclid for the ODOT Cedar Road project, so I'll be sending the final bill to them in the next couple of weeks. Revenue for all funds through August is $16.5 million. Expenses for all funds through August is $14.4 million. And the ending unencumbered balance for all funds at August 31st is $9.76 million. And I believe council is aware that 2021 audit has been completed, and we're in the process of trying to coordinate and schedule a post-audit conference for a discussion with the auditors. That's it for me.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any questions for Mr. Kennedy? Seeing none, we will then return to public safety, fire. Now, Chief Perko's not here, but I have a report. He says, thank you, Mayor, and good evening. Good morning, Council. 2 items to report this morning. One, I hope that you have had an opportunity to view the Fire Department monthly report distributed via email. These reports will also be available on the city webpage to highlight and provide a brief overview of the monthly activity within Division of Fire. Number 2, Executive Captain Boylan was successful in securing a fiscal year 2021 FEMA AFG grant in the total amount of $80,000. This will be brought before you for acceptance in an upcoming meeting. Number 3, save the date. The Fire Department open house will be on October 9th. More details to follow. Number 4, the on-duty crew will be conducting a brief September 11th remembrance at the City Hall flagpole at 0830 hours on September 11th. While this is not a formal public ceremony, anyone may join as we take pause in our day to never forget those who paid the supreme sacrifice on that fateful day. This concludes my report. Thank you. So that concludes fire report. We now turn to service. Mr. Picorni.
I'd just like to report that we're continuing to work on the tree contracts as you had provided us the ability to bid those. We're also working on water department repair holes in the street. Those hopefully will be completed sometime in the next 2 weeks, and then we'll start working on catch basins and manholes that need repair. Hopefully we'll get all of that taken care of before the leaf season. Sewer cleaning and TV work is still being done east of Warrensville, and they should be completed hopefully in about a month or so. And gas line projects, Edgerton, Baintree, and Ashurst are all proceeding. Ashurst is pretty much under restoration. Edgerton is also being restored. They're moving on to Canterbury next, and Baintree should be the meters getting installed and restoration during the next week.
Very good, thank you. Some of those Baintree houses we've installed and reinstalled. I mean the gas company. Mrs. Weiss, you have a question.
Yeah, I think I have a couple of questions. One is I just want to make sure the bids for the overhang in City Hall and the vestibule will be ready for next meeting.
We are getting quotes on that. We didn't actually go
not
out
bids,
and
I'm
prepare
sorry,
a
quotes.
spec, but yes, so far I've received 3 quotes.
Okay. And then the other thing is, I know that it was mentioned about winterizing the bathrooms in the park, and winter is coming. Have those been done?
No, they have not been done, and we'll wait until freezing weather. So probably not until November.
Okay, so they get winterized in the winter?
Yeah, the pool is going to be closing today. Today's the day now that we're into the next day. They did the doggy swim yesterday?
Yes, it would be yesterday.
And so that's over with, and we'll start closing that up tomorrow. We're going to be bringing you a bid for painting the pool. So we're not going to shut the water off there right away, but as soon as we get those bids awarded and see whether the painting people need water or not, we'll shut
No, I
that
meant
down.
winterizing the
winterize
bathrooms
it.
and the vault. Weren't the Walt bathrooms?
Winterproofing, not winterizing as in shutting down for the winter.
Yeah, you were gonna-
Winterproofing.
We do shut the water off at both Walter Stinson Community Park in that bathroom and at the pool with those bathrooms.
I think Mrs. Weiss is asking about something other than winterizing. I know she used the term winterizing. Winterizing is when we shut down the facilities for the winter and put them in a state of protection so the pipes don't burst and so on. I think what Mrs. Weiss was asking about was the intended redo of the Waltz restrooms so that they could be open through the winter. And as of this time, there has been no progress made on that front. That was something that we were seeking to do, and for numerous reasons has not been done as of yet.
Right. That will actually require a design and a bid to do that work.
Yes.
When will that work? When will that bidding work start?
We haven't authorized anybody to do the design work even yet.
There were simply some preliminary estimates that were done by Joe Cuney and GPD. That's all we have so far.
So I guess what you're asking is the bathrooms will be closed this winter, not heated?
That is correct.
Like was advertised. You won't be able to use the restrooms at the Walt this winter?
That is correct.
Okay.
As soon as freezing weather comes, we will shut it down.
Because we were,
winterize
we thought they were going to be
So
heated,
the pipes
they'd
don't
be
break.
open, but, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there was some additional outside funding that we sought from the state on that. All of Representative Boyd's request for capital improvements from the state when she when she left office to take the position with the Biden administration, all of those requests for our city and every other city she represented were left out of the capital budget. So there was additional money the administration did seek for this project, and we are continuing to seek additional outside money for that project. In the long run, I believe there is outside money we ought to be securing for this. But at this point, no, the restrooms will not be open in the Walt this winter. Any other questions for Mr. Picorni? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Picorni.
Thank you.
Next, then, is Housing and Community Development. Mr. Engelbrecht.
Sure, I have no updates.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht.
Sorry, I just have a lot of questions from the summer. I just had one question. What's the status on the electric charging station?
Could, Mr. Engelbrecht, could you come to the podium so that you can be heard and recorded?
Yes, so the stations that the city had chosen for the, during the grant are no longer being manufactured. So I had to go back to the EPA and see if they would accept a different charging station. They accepted, and right now I'm just waiting on the final approval, or not the approval, but the final bid price for the charging stations themselves. The grant was for $15,000. The state awarded, I want to say, $13,800. And at this point, the last cost that I got from Sway Mobility was for $15,400. So I'm just waiting on his final. Okay, if that's the price, then then we can move forward and we can order those stations and move forward from there. But that's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht. Next, then, is City Engineer. Mr. Chuney's not here, but we do have an engineering report. 5 items. The first, Cedar Road. First phase of the work, the east half of the project is complete. The second phase of the work, the west half, is on schedule. The curbs, handicap ramps, and casting adjustments to grade are to be completed in the next 2 weeks. Final paving is scheduled for the last week of September. Final pavement markings and traffic control signage will be completed in the first week of October. Number 2, Traymore Road water line. The project is complete. We are working on final quantities and final payment for the contractor. Number 3, Purvis Park pool painting. Bids will be opened this week for painting the pool. Work also includes painting the water slides, structural steel supports, the lifeguard chairs, and the supports for the diving boards. Number 4, Dominion Gas Replacement Project. Dominion's contractor, Wardco Construction, is proceeding on 3 jobs in the city: Meadowbrook area, Baintree, and Canterbury Road. The Meadowbrook area is 90% complete, Baintree is about half done, and Canterbury starts this week. All projects are on schedule, and the contractor has been cooperating with any and all complaints received from residents. The 2022 road program. All streets have been milled and the intermediate course of asphalt placed. The contractor is working on curb replacements, handicap ramps, and adjusting castings to grade. Surface course will be placed when all the concrete work is completed, approximately first week of October, depending on weather. And that concludes the city engineer's report. Next is Communications and Civic Engagement. Mr. Cook. Oh, you waited this whole time to say no report.
I'll just give it a question.
Oh,
You go
okay.
first, Mrs.
All right. Well, we did talk about Fall Fest and the Mosaic yesterday. Next, then, is economic.
There's a question.
Wait. There's a question?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Sachs.
So,
Or Mrs. Weiss.
I'm not sure if this is you or the mayor, but we authorized a year and a half ago $20,000 for the food bank. It's a great time to do it. Thanksgiving's coming up. Christmas is coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to happen?
Looking to do it in conjunction with the Thanksgiving holidays.
Yeah, I wonder what the delay has been. This was approved a long time ago.
We're looking to do it in conjunction with the Thanksgiving holidays.
I didn't actually answer the question.
Well, there is no delay. We're looking to do it in conjunction with Thanksgiving
however
holidays.
you'd like to do it. I'm not writing the check. I'm not sure exactly the logistics of how that would work, but however you'd like to hype that to maximize the attention and the good that's going towards that.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you all like, we'll do that.
Other people tend to donate around Thanksgiving and Christmas, and this is a way to encourage other folks to contribute consistent with the fact that the city is making a contribution. I'd like to be able to highlight that, and that is something that we're intending to do around the Thanksgiving holiday.
Mayor?
Yes.
While I appreciate us wanting to do that, I would just ask that you take in some consideration, maybe even speaking with a food bank on the cycles of people's giving and perhaps their need in the ramp up to the Thanksgiving holiday or even after. Probably not after, since it's been so much of a delay, but oftentimes when people are going back to school, things are starting to turn cold even before Thanksgiving comes up.
They need it before then.
That might just consider speaking to them and seeing when they need the money and getting it to them as soon as practicable, even if it's not within our grander design. Maybe. If you
No, I appreciate that. Mrs. Drucker, I know that you do volunteer work also with the food bank. If there's anything you'd like to add.
Yes, so I'm a member of the advisory committee for the food bank, and so I would agree with what Councilman Gould said. Generally, around the holidays is the biggest time of volunteering and people's offerings. So when it's off time for that, so for example, for the school year, sooner would probably be a little bit better, just because people just tend to be more generous around the holidays. What I would also suggest is, maybe there's something else we could do is one day pick a day where the city employees can go and volunteer. So that's something that I'm a regular volunteer there, but something I did in my past profession, and just to also help out, because they do need volunteers for packing food, packing lunches. They have so many different programs. They have the backpack programs, but they need people there to fill the boxes, to
Not
fill
just
the,
during the
the
holidays.
backpacks, right? And it's not just during the holidays. So that's something else the city we could look at doing as well. And a lot of times what they'll do is they break it up in just a half day. So you go for like 3 or 4 hours and you volunteer. And I know you've done the giveaway that they do for the elected officials. Sometimes it's something like that where they have the drives, or else a lot of times when smaller groups go in to volunteer, then it's the more, maybe you go in the morning, so you're going to pack the backpacks that the kids will go home with at the end of the school day, or the lunches where after school program they give certain lunches to students. So there's just so many opportunities, but if it's something that, I mean, any time is appreciative from the food bank, because there's always a need. There's so much food insecurity, but people do tend to be more generous around the holidays. So I mean, any time between now and any time's good, but we could do something sooner, or like in October, because I do know like that is when they start. They also have a lot of times too, they do the senior sacks, they're called, because the seniors don't carry backpacks, but it also helps seniors that are that are challenged as well and have food insecurity.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Drucker.
I'd like to just add, if I may.
Sure. Go ahead, Mrs. Sachs.
Thanks. I just wrote a grant for our employees to get fresh produce boxes, because, and we're a satellite site of the food bank. We have that component, and that's spot on. That now's an amazing time, because with inflation, with all the other costs, of whatever, there isn't a bad time. But it is an in-between time where there is a significant need. So thank you for all of these comments. Appreciate it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And Mrs. Drucker, as long as you're here, economic development.
Thank you. So I wanted to update council on a few things that have been happening while you were on break, so welcome back. First is the Knez project. So as you know, with Knez, they are now rebidding the infrastructure cost because the prices are now stabilizing, and when they first went out to bid, it was the costs were coming back excessive. So they're hoping to have the project awarded to the site work contractor by the end of this month. And then, however, just so you know, there are still some supply chain issues, and material lead times tend to be around the 4-month period. So they are working with our engineering department and our building department to see if they can start that first building prior to the infrastructure being actually put in. So because of the lead time being around 4 months, and that's a minimum. So if they can get the okay from engineering and building, then they'll start on the first unit, which is the first building, which is 4 units. And that would be at the end of this year. And then they would do the infrastructure at the same time. But they have to get that approval first. If they're told, if engineering and building say no, you have to have the infrastructure in first, then we have to wait for that to happen, and then they wouldn't start the new building till the first of the year. But they would like to start that this year. So that's what Kinez is. Also, during your break, 3 new businesses opened. The first one is Computer Report and Consulting. They are located at 2245 Warrensville Center Road, Suite 210. That business opened in the beginning of August. Timeless Fashions, which is located at 2243 Warrensville Center Road. They celebrated their grand opening on August 27th. That's a boutique store. The mayor was there for the grand opening, offered a proclamation to the owner. And then Greer Agency, which is an insurance agency, they were in University Corners. They relocated to the former Antrobus space, which is at 2247 Warrensville Center Road as well. And then now University Corners is in discussions with someone to take the remaining space at University Corners, which would then bring that up to 100% occupancy. Also, just so that you're aware, Puff and Stuff is currently renovating the space at 14486 Cedar Road. However, there's no date that's been announced for their opening. And that's my update for now.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Drucker. Any questions for Mrs. Drucker? Seeing none, thank you. We now turn to the reports of standing committees and the taking of action thereon. Building and Housing, Mrs. Blankfeld.
Thank you, Mayor. We potentially will have a Building and Housing Committee meeting before the October 19th council meeting. And we have a few pieces of legislation that are residual from last session that Mr. McConville has been researching, and we expect to see those either at the second meeting in September or the first in October. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Blankfeld. Community Outreach, Mr. King.
No update, but I just wanted to get a clarification from Mrs. Blankfeld. Was that September 19th that you'd have the?
October 19th.
October 19th? Okay, all right. And no update from me.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask Mr. King a question? It's about the IT RFP?
Sure.
Just if you could kind of explain to us where that's holding. I know we had a conversation about it.
I would defer to the mayor.
I would defer to Mr. Kennedy.
For the IT project?
Yes.
Good morning.
I know that Mr. Schaefer was working on that, and I've spoken to the mayor and offered to take over that particular portion of the project to get that thing going, since we can't get IT in here.
Well, this is even separate from that, but yes.
Yeah, but I mean, it's similar issues in city buildings, so I'll check into that and get back to you.
Yeah, I would also add that we've been in discussions with Spectrum about changing our internet provider everywhere.
Phone system.
And for the phone system.
So that has to come back to council because we had very specific dates in there.
Correct.
Yeah, well, we obviously have had some turnover administratively. And, the IT proposal is not yet out.
So that was approved in June, and Mr. Schaefer didn't leave until at least 8 weeks later. I would have hoped that that was a priority, considering I think 9/15 was the end date of that RFP. It should have been out within 30 days.
Yeah, the RFP is not out. There was no reason to have Mr. Schaefer begin the RFP when we knew he was leaving.
Excuse me. That was a very time-sensitive project, and it's already delayed so long.
Yeah, it's already been delayed so long. But I've asked Mr. Kennedy to take it on.
But that's no big deal, I guess.
Mr. King, did you have anything further?
I do not.
Thank you. Okay. Economic Development, Mr. Rock.
Sure. Mrs. Drucker had sent out to the subcommittee members a link to submit their
Zoning.
like
Zoning.
brain fart here. So late. To review the zoning code and provide your input. So those are due now. I was just going to ask if we need to set up a meeting with Zone Co at any point soon.
So any responses that I received for the survey have been forwarded on to ZoneCo, and as well as any information that they've requested. They were asking, for example, I went through the whole year of BZA minutes just to see like what are the common variances that are requested. When they ask for certain things in particular, all of that's been submitted to them. So we're now just waiting to hear back from them, but we're not expected to hear back from them till probably like in October.
Okay.
But if anyone else submits responses, or somebody might say, hey, I thought of one more thing, then just send it to me so I can keep sending that on to them.
That's great.
So any information that comes up, don't think, hey, I already sent something, I can't respond. Please keep sending any ideas. And even if you think someone else might have said it already, that doesn't matter, because it's really what are people thinking of, what are you hearing about out there? And then I just keep forwarding it on. So we're looking more like towards the end of October, I believe.
Okay.
That we'll be starting to have, we'll have to call a meeting. I did let them know, though, because of the size of the subcommittee, we want to kind of get a date put on everyone's calendar so that people know well in advance that a meeting's coming.
Okay, so why don't I just reach out to you tomorrow? We can look at our calendars and see what works for everybody.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Finance, Mrs. Weiss.
Yes, so as I mentioned before, we have a finance meeting coming up in a week. And that will just be a review of where our financial statements are right now, and also starting the strategic planning process. We have a very solid outline, and we'll present that to the group. And then there will be directors' meetings beginning in October. We'll be sending out a date hopefully tomorrow to get that started in preparation for the budget.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Weiss. Recreation, Mr. Cooney.
Yeah, our next scheduled Recreation Committee meeting is September 20th. We're looking at expenditures and revenue feedback regarding Purvis Park Pool and the summer concert series as we begin planning leading into the budget, and hopefully have some of these bigger pieces in place for that coming out of that meeting. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cooney. Safety, Mr. Gould.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a safety committee meeting just prior to this meeting. We discussed in brief the plan to sell police vehicles and a bucket truck. Chief Rogers is going to research online options against the current offer from a local dealership. We also discussed the preliminary data of our scooter pilot program. Both Chief Rogers and Director Engelbrecht provided information respective to their departments that they were able to gather related to the scooter program. Council has asked the committee has asked Director Engelbrecht to go and consult with the scooter companies on 2 points. One, whether or not we would be able to open up the city generally to scooters, but require certain parking areas. And if not, if there is a plan that he would suggest or a map that he would suggest to open up the city, maybe not fully, but to some other degree. Generally, council and the committee were supportive of some type of, amendment to expand the scooter program in University Heights. We'll continue with our next meeting discussion started regarding traffic and pedestrian signals throughout the city, and a conversation regarding traffic slowing or traffic calming. Also incorporated into the conversation regarding traffic and pedestrian signals will be a continuation of the conversation had during the last budget cycle regarding first responder vehicles. Thank you to Councilperson Cooney for reminding us of that conversation and bringing it back forward. And on a point of personal privilege, a happy unbirthday to you now, Kelly. At 12:30, my mother told me responsible adults don't eat dessert for dinner, and here I am, a council person, proving her wrong with my second piece of cake tonight. On a point of personal privilege, I congratulate our newest class of council members on their first midnight council meeting. So
This is our second.
is it the second?
Yeah, we had one back in April or March.
Right? Wasn't it your birthday?
It was, maybe, yeah.
Anyway,
So basically, you don't have a birthday the night of the council. Get out of here earlier.
that is all from safety.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gould. And I think we can all express similar sentiments. Not only were we here for your birthday, we were here when your birthday ended. So happy belated birthday. Service and Utilities, Mrs. Sachs.
Thank you. On August 16, 2022, a special meeting was called where Dr. Thomas Sutton, Director of Baldwin Wallace University Community Research Institute, presented the initial results of the long-awaited University Heights resident survey concerning solid waste services. This evening, Dr. Sutton returned to University Heights to present to Council and administration update the report weighted for age. Now that we've heard the voices of University Heights residents, the Service and Utilities Committee shall proceed to make decisions on any potential changes in our rubbish collection programs as we continue to implement the 2020 solid waste study recommendations. The next meeting will be sometime in the future. We'll work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sachs. Committee of the Whole, Mrs. Weiss.
Yes, thank you. The Committee of the Whole, along with the Joint Facilities Committee, already toured one police and one fire station, and in the next 2 weeks, we will have 2 more tours. They have been excellent, so informative, and it just really gives us a sense of what is needed, and I really have to thank the chiefs because not just the time that they put in for helping scheduling the tours, but their openness to really, size appropriately and really just get this done. They're so willing to work with the city, and I'm so grateful for that.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Weiss. Number 10 on the agenda is reports of special committees and taking of action thereon. Are there any reports? Seeing none. 11 is unfinished and miscellaneous business. Is there any? Seeing none. We do have an executive session to enter on the subject of University Square. So if you are not part of that executive session, I would certainly encourage Chief Rogers, Mr. Picorni, Mr. Engelbrecht, please go home and get some rest, and I'll see you later today. Mrs. Drucker, were you staying for the executive session? Okay, motion by Mr. King, second by, is it Mrs. Blankfeld? Or is it Mrs. Sachs? Mrs. Blankfeld, okay. Mrs. Thomas, we call the roll.
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss?
Aye.
Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Sachs, second by Mr. Rock. Mrs. Thomas, we call the roll.
Do we
Mrs. Sachs?
Aye.
Mrs. Blankfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Rock?
Aye.
Mrs. Weiss? Mr. Gould?
Aye.
Mr. Cooney?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
You're adjourned. Thank you. Have a good night.